Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin momentarily. Please remember to place your cell phones and devices on silent. We will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Council of the Americas Symposium. Please welcome to the stage Susan Siegel, President and CEO of the Americas Society and Council of the Americas.
Good morning, and welcome to Miami for the 222 Council of the Americas Bravo Symposium. Hold on, I'm going to wait 2 more seconds to finish it. It seems like we need a gong, not a bell in these days. Could everybody please take their seats? We really want to begin. So I want to welcome all of you again to this amazing symposium. It's lovely to see so many familiar faces, new faces from across the community. And to all of our honored guests and members of Miami's Consular Corps, ladies and gentlemen, Council of the Americas, friends, welcome. It's a pleasure to host all of you. I would like to start by giving much needed thanks on behalf of the entire Council of the Americas team. Thank you to all of our attendees, our Council of the Americas members, our sponsors, and our moderators for coming today in recognition of the potential and value of Latin American business community. But I would also like to vigorously thank Maria Lourdes, Indira, and the entire Miami team and the extended team from all over the organization that has made this event possible. It goes without saying that this year's symposium is different, most notably because finally we're coming back to scale after 3 challenging years, but also because we've always strived to be present in the business landscape in Latin America. And today, with all 350 of you, we are showing our largest commitment to building that chapter in the region's history. Now, I know that it's hard to get everyone to sit down because it's so exciting to just be together and be able to network in person. So for us leading this forum, we are so excited that we are able to offer that opportunity to all of you. This year's symposium marks a new milestone in the history of the Council. We count on the continued support from 15 sponsors, 4 partners, and more than 30 speakers and representatives from multinational corporations, multilatinas, Latin American tech, unicorns, venture capital firms, media, NGOs, and academia. Throughout today's programs, we will cover major content tracks, along with welcoming friends and distinguished guests from more than 10 countries from around the world. This reflects the growing diversity we see throughout the region, and we are proud to champion as part of our symposium. Furthermore, this year we have expanded our Bravo C-suite community to now include Chief Sustainability Officers and Chief People Officers, in addition to our CEO and CFO communities. These key additions reflect the importance of these roles within Latin America's dynamic landscape, and we're honored to welcome these talented, insightful minds to the Bravo franchise, and we look forward to continuing to build those communities. 2022 has been a big year for the region. On the political front, we've seen new presidents come into office, other presidents leave office, and on Sunday, 2 former presidents vie for the next office. On the economic side, we've seen how integrated the region is into the global economy, and as Russia's invasion has shown, it is impacted inflation, but it is also, and obviously high interest rates around the world are impacting all of us. But in Latin American countries like Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico clearly have benefited in terms of what they offer the rest of the world. And yet, with all of these challenges, the business communities remain basically resilient, optimistic, and persistent in its quest to solve problems and inspire upcoming generations across the Americas. There's no doubt that the technological revolution has consolidated in Latin America, and the visionaries behind the transformation, many of whom are here today, are already considering the next big tool that can streamline society. Today's programming will take a special look at the intersection between technology and sustainability as a means to ignite social impact, entrepreneurship, and increased digitalization, all within the context of an ever-evolving business landscape. During each of today's sessions, you will hear from leaders in the industry who are genuinely helping to shape the future. I would like to obviously recognize our honorees for tonight's gala, and each person is driven by vision, purpose, commitment to transform the region for all of its stakeholders invested in Latin America. We're honored to celebrate such foundational organizations and companies like Google, Casa Ventures, Falabella, and Voila. I would like to thank our partner, the Inter-American Development Bank, along with our media supporters, Americas Quarterly, Bloomberg Linea, and CNN en Español, for helping us amplify the stories of Latin America's business leaders around the world. So without further ado, let's get started with our first panel. And I have the great honor of introducing, well, he's the CEO of AES, but he's really our chairman. And so
That's the first.
I have the great honor of introducing Andres Gluski. Andres, take it from here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Susan, and everybody, welcome to this beautiful campus here at the University of Miami. First order of business, I want to clear up, this is not a Modelo beer. Okay, any doubts?
Unfortunately.
This is sparkling water. Okay, the theme of this panel is really sort of the great macro challenges that are facing us. And the traditional Chinese curse is, may you live in interesting times. And it seems like we're definitely living through that now. So I think, thinking big picture, the great challenge that we're seeing, the greatest, is probably climate change. We're seeing the effects now around the world. It's something that we have to tackle now, and we don't have much time. So that's something I think all businesses, all governments are facing. The second sort of macro challenge that we're facing is really what I would call sort of the digital revolution. But it really goes from artificial intelligence, social media, which are disrupting democracies, the automation, which is affecting the prospects of the job market. So if we just had those two, that would be a tremendous amount for our generation to face. But things, politicians and other events sort of spice things up. I would say you had really the sort of US-China trade war. and you have a disruption between the two major economies. You have a disruption to globalization, where basically so much of manufacturing was offshored to China. So you have a breaking of this relationship, not only in trade, but also in technologies. You have perhaps a breaking between the US and China, for example, telecommunication systems. And then, of course, COVID-19 burst out of Wuhan, China. It's caused 7 million deaths, probably 650 million cases. And fortunately, thanks to companies like Pfizer, we have vaccines, we have prophylactics. But not only has this affected us in terms of the shutdowns, the social distancing, but this also was a shock to the system. Financial markets, a shock to, actually the supply chain as well. And if that weren't enough, Vladimir Putin decides to invade the Ukraine. And this has caused even an additional layer of disruptions. Because between the Ukraine and Russia, especially Russia, was a huge supplier of fossil fuels, of coal, but of natural gas to Europe especially, but oil as well. It's the second largest producer in the world. And another thing that we haven't really seen the effects of is fertilizers. Mm-hmm. So what's going to happen between Belarus and the Ukraine are enormous producers of fertilizers as well. So if this does not reach developing markets, like in Latin America, what's going to happen in 2023 and 2024? So as you can see, we definitely live in very interesting times. We had our hands full before, say, the last three shocks happened. And we have an excellent panel with us today who are experts, obviously, in all of these aspects, but in particular areas. So I'd like to start to my right is Gaston Bottazzini. He's CEO of Falabella. Many of us know Falabella for its 510 stores in Latin America, but it's also the region's leading digital ecosystem. And Gaston helped set up and led to the Falabella.com, FPay, et cetera. And so it's taken this company to be, again, one of the leading digital companies in Latin America. Then we have Fernando Iraola from Bank of America. He's co-head of large corporates, global transaction services. He's a member of the Global Banking Executive Committee. So all these shocks that have hit the system, how are we, we had tremendous challenges before all this happened. How are we going to finance the trillions of dollars that are needed to change our economy towards a low-carbon economy, towards a digital economy? How are you going to finance this? And you have the tremendous shocks that we've been pumping money into the system since the year 2000 and running enormous deficits in all of the advanced countries of the world. So I'd like to hear his views on how that's going to sort out. And then we have Andrew Martin, who's president for the Latin American cluster for Pfizer. He's also leading innovation and new businesses. So what we're talking about is not only COVID-19, in terms of the immediate reaction to it with the medications and the vaccines, but also what are the long-term effects of COVID? And what are the long-term effects of having an aging population that's happening around the world? So with those few problems, I'd like to go ahead and pass it over to our panel members so they can talk about what aspects of this they are most focused on and how their companies are reacting to these challenges. So go ahead and start off with Andrew.
Andres, thank you. Good morning, everyone. And given the magnitude of the challenges you just highlighted, maybe I wish this was a Modelo.
Absolutely.
That was a message.
It's called liquid death, though,
It is liquid death, yes, indeed. So at Pfizer, we have a proud and long history in Latin America. We've operated there for more than 70 years. And through that time, we've learned a fair amount about how to navigate complexity and the inherent turbulence you expect in the emerging markets. And I think what's helped keep us centered and focused on doing the right thing is our mission-driven purpose, which is to deliver breakthroughs to patients who need them, regardless of where they live or their socioeconomic condition. The last couple of years have been really powerful for us at Pfizer, and I think it's proved the scope and magnitude of what we can accomplish. In Latin America, with our vaccine and our base business, we've impacted positively the lives of hundreds of millions of people across the region. But what it's also done, I think, is laid bare the realities for those individuals who live on the margins, those who aren't in the middle to upper classes, who don't have access to health care. And that duality for us, the scope of impact we've had, yet the clear opportunity and the challenge that remains in front of us, I think has really strengthened our conviction as we head into what undoubtedly is a period of some additional uncertainty. And so for us, we're going to focus on, I think, at least three things in the next couple of years that we think will help us weather the potential impending storms. And the first is accelerating the digital transformation of the healthcare system. We really believe that digital solutions have the power to democratize healthcare across the region, to enable access to those who live on the margins. The second area of focus for us, given the constraints we're seeing in healthcare budgets, is the transformation from a focus on price and what I'll call transactional relationships to value-based relationships, those that are based and rooted in real-world evidence, where we have clear evidence of the outcomes of the impact of our medicines on healthcare systems. And so the simple way to think about it is that when our medicines do what they're supposed to do, we should be paid a fair value. And when they don't, governments pay little or less than what we had anticipated. And so that creates certainty for the system, it creates certainty for us, and most importantly, allows us to accelerate the impact of and the availability of innovative medicines. And then the last area of focus for us is on addressing inequities in access to healthcare. As I mentioned earlier, it's clear that we've got significant issues in the region from an infrastructure perspective and an access perspective. And so we're committed to trying to address those challenges. And in fact, I just came from Colombia this week where we launched an initiative in the rural areas that allowed us to screen almost 40,000 women for breast cancer. And those are women that previously did not have access to that type of routine screening. So we think those are three important areas for Pfizer that will help us navigate the pending future of some uncertainty.
Oh, very good. Well, Fernando.
I'm going to start with a quote of optimism within the madness that we are all living in these days. And we were talking about this with Andres and others yesterday night. And if there is a region that can manage through this cycle, is this one, right? We are unfortunately used to living with inflation in many of our countries. I'm from Argentina originally, so probably experts on that. We are used to dealing with crisis. We are used to dealing with volatility. Fortunately, we are not used to dealing with geopolitical issues within our region. Yes, we get impacted by what's happening in the world, particularly in the US, given our alignment more towards US rather than anything else. So my quote of optimism is, if there is a region that can manage through this period of time, is certainly Latin America, because of its talent pool, because of its creativity, because of its resiliency, because we can really work well together. Having said that, a couple of things from a Bank of America perspective. One, we have been executing for more than 10 years now what our global CEO, Brian Moynihan, has defined as a responsible growth strategy. And that is anchored on making sure that we are servicing and supporting the right industries, the winners within those industries, and that we are also having an impact in the communities in which we live and work. So when you put all of that together, then that takes us to, profit and purpose can really live together. At least that's what we believe at Bank of America, and that's how we execute that responsible growth strategy. And that has served us incredibly well, particularly to go through cycles, and particularly, to support our clients consistently in Latin America. 2022 has been a challenging year, to say the least. The beauty of having a well-diversified financial franchise that when the markets business is doing well, there is a corporate banking and global transaction services business that is more than offsetting what's happening from a volatility perspective in markets. So it has been a bad year from an equities and capital markets racing overall, simply because the cost of financing has skyrocketed as a consequence of the interest rate hikes. But again, touching upon the ESG challenge, we see that, yes, definitely as a challenge, but it's a huge opportunity. There is a need to finance $5 trillion of sustainable financing between now and 2030 to be able to make an impact towards driving our economies and our businesses towards a more carbon neutrality and net zero emissions. There's more and more corporates and institutional investors that are committed towards having an impact on ESG, that they're putting money at work for ESG-driven projects in sustainable financing. And again, as an institution that is a leader in this space, where it is from a capital markets raising, green bonds, sustainable financing, trade finance, and supply chain finance, we have committed $1.5 trillion of financing between now and 2030 to be part of that very, very important, I would call it moral imperative, but also business opportunity, because this is no longer about doing the right thing. This is about maximizing the opportunity that transforming the energy transition. And by energy, I mean not just fossil fuels to renewable energy, but also the food transition. Andres referred to the crisis that the Russia-Ukraine war is having on fertilizers. And think about the opportunity that presents to a region like Latin America. So yes, a big challenge, but there's a big opportunity. And as a financial institution that we are leading in the ESG space, we are committed to helping all of you and all of our clients to manage and drive through that opportunity.
Very good.
Great.
Gaston.
Yeah, so Andres, you mentioned several topics, right? Digital transformation, climate change, supply chain disruption. And you say, well, tell us which one affects you. And it's very hard to prioritize from the point of view of Falabella, because the three of them have had, in recent times, tremendous effect in our business, right? In terms of digital transformation, we had started a digital transformation journey before the pandemic, so that was somewhat lucky in one sense, because otherwise we would have been completely shocked by the pandemic. So that allowed us to survive, but we were in the middle of that process. So we also had tremendous challenges going through the pandemic, because we had to accelerate many projects, many customer experience functionalities that were in the making, and we had to really put them in the market very, very fast just to be able to survive. From the point of view of supply chain disruptions, this was a multi-folded disruption over time, from factories to shipping companies, container displacements, ports with different types of challenges, and then internal transportation with different types of challenges. So, and that all happened throughout the last 3 years in different sequences in different countries. So it really put a lot of stress in all of our processes, and we had to adapt mostly as time went by. And that meant also that you have to take these short-term learnings and put them into long-term strategies of how you're going to operate in a world of much more uncertainty. And I think the world has increasingly, the retail world in particular, which means the consumers, have increasingly grown dependent on Chinese manufacturing, the whole world. And I think this brings us back to questioning where manufacturing should be placed, I think, for all of us sitting here, yes, and a return to a much more diversified manufacturing footprint, right? And thirdly, in terms of climate change, and in particular, for us, more than climate change, circularity, so our ability to make more sustainable products, both from the point of view of where they come from, but also, more importantly, where they end up, right? Many of the products that we sell contribute to climate change over time and in the very long term. So taking care of that whole process and improving all of that is also a major challenge for Falabella. So I think when you mentioned those topics, all of them hit us very strongly. But at the end of the day, when we think about the long-term projection of the company, it's all focused on providing a value proposition that is anchored in a very strong purpose, in a purpose that we actually have focused in simplification and enjoyment for our customers. And that depends on customer engagement and customer experience. So we are focusing all of our investment, even in a very challenging context of less resources probably going forward, particularly from these guys.
Right. We'll talk about that then.
Okay. But in a context of constrained resources, really focus on what is meaningful for the customer, for their engagement and for their experience. And you cannot do that without focusing on what is meaningful for the team, for their experience and for their engagement. So that would be my very long answer to a short question.
A couple of comments on that, and you mentioned the supply chain disruption, and again, from our perspective, the opportunity that it presents to a region like Latin America. We also were talking about this, and we are already seeing evidence, particularly in Mexico, of manufacturing is back on growth mode. Exports to the US have been growing faster as well, Mexico-wise. Mexico has started to gain some market share versus China when it comes to US imports, even though we all know that not all the conditions are being met for more foreign direct investment coming back to Mexico. But that presents a big opportunity, not just for Mexico, for Brazil, for the rest of the region. So Latin America needs to really think hard about how do we create those conditions so that that can get accelerated, because that is going to create jobs, that's going to drive technology adoption, that's going to drive opportunity to drive employment. So again, challenges are opportunities, and Latin America is really facing this one, from my perspective, in relatively good shape. You spoke about the customer experience. Again, as a financial institution, that is also core to what we do. And we have consistently been investing in technology from several perspectives. One is to keep all of you and your businesses safe and secured in an era where cyber and fraud has exponentially increased, but also to bring that consumer experience, particularly in my business, more towards the wholesale banking business and the adoption of that stronger customer satisfaction by technology and driving digital tools and digital servicing propositions and proposals towards making sure that we bring that experience to the corporate world as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting that you mentioned Mexico, because really the driving force, the initial ideas of NAFTA really started in Mexico. It's Paco Gil and the other boys from the ITAM that were thinking about how to industrialize Mexico. And the NAFTA didn't produce all the results that were expected, partly because China appeared on the scene. So a lot of that manufacturing that could have gone to Mexico and Central America ended up going to China. Now, 30 years later, right. Now's the opportunity to actually make that initial vision happen into Mexico. Now, one of the issues, this comes into the climate change, because US companies, I think all of us here, have pledges to reduce our carbon footprint. I think Pfizer is net zero by 2030. Yeah.
Same here.
And so you can't move a manufacturing to Mexico and use, say, heavy fuel oil, what's the bottom of the cracker, to produce an input into your green EV in the US. It's just not going to follow, because it doesn't follow the corporate umbrella strategy of climate change. So the pieces have to fit together. And the truth is, not all the governments in Latin America are seeing it. In Chile, the government is thinking about going green, but it's one of the few, other than Costa Rica. And so that may postpone this moving of nearshoring into Latin America. And I also didn't want to sound too dismal. I mean, this water here is called liquid death. I mean, it affected my mood. Latin America does have some inherent advantages. One is that the demography is good. That's a big issue, is the aging of the world. So Latin America is pretty much hitting the sweet spot in terms of its demographics. And so it's not growing too fast, it's not growing too slow, it's in the Goldilocks. The States is unique among developed countries. that its demographics are not collapsing. China's collapsing, Russia's collapsing, the EU is collapsing. So, we do have some inherent advantages going into this. We're also resource rich. So if you have a deglobalized world or you want to nearshore, Latin America is rich in a lot of natural resources. We're an exporter of natural resources. So we do have some inherent advantages there. But again, we can get in our way. We can get in the way of success. So I guess going to Andrew, I mean, how is this sort of deglobalization affecting your supply chains? In terms of like, this must be a major issue because a lot of the components of the medicines that you sell come from India and also China.
Yeah, it affected us, I would expect, in similar ways to that of Gaston, which is pretty substantially. Imagine in the months after the pandemic really took root, we saw not just a massive surge in hospitalization rates, we saw doctors' offices around the world shut down. We saw pictures of boats, shipping containers, sitting for miles outside of the ports. And we're obviously dependent on what we call active pharmaceutical ingredient, among other things, to produce our medicines. And so it forced us to rethink our supply chain. It forced us to rely on the purposeful redundancy that we have built into the supply chain to ensure that we have access to API from multiple locations around the world. It forced us to buy in quantities that we normally wouldn't buy to ensure that we have stockpiles available to us. It's also forced us to rethink how we supply on the ground. And so it's forced us, almost Amazon-like, to build infrastructure at the country level that enables us to deliver medicines in real time, as opposed to having the traditional spoke and wheel type of model that in many cases may take days or weeks to get product into the hands of people. I think the last thing I'll say is it's also reminded us that, well, clearly we don't have a business if we can't get our medicines to people wherever they are. But it forced us to, I think, to redouble our investment in boosting the knowledge economy. So it's important for us to have brick and mortar manufacturing facilities, but I think it's just as important, if not more important, to work with governments to increase the education level of citizens within those countries, to find new and innovative ways to supply products to the patients that need them.
Are we better prepared for the next pandemic?
I wish I could say we were. I think for me that still remains a concern. You would think the pandemic made abundantly clear the inextricable link between the healthcare of society and the productivity and GDP of a society. And while the partnerships that we forged in the early days of the pandemic produced incredible results. We wouldn't have been able to deliver 550 million vaccines into Latin America if it weren't for the partnership of governments and other non-governmental organizations. But I haven't seen a sufficiency of sustained response as we're moving now into an endemic that gives me complete confidence that we've learned the lesson. And so for us, every day we're pushing to remind our partners at the government level and with NGOs the importance of preparedness, of ensuring that we don't allow a repeat of what happened in 2020.
So you said there that basically you see COVID as becoming endemic. So
unfortunately,
like your yearly flu shot, you get a COVID shot.
It appears as if that's the way we're headed. Unfortunately, the virus, and we were talking about this last evening, continues to mutate at a rate that's difficult for us to get in front of. So our hope with our mRNA platforms and our ability to decode DNA, translate that into a vaccine in literally days and weeks, will enable us to stay at pace with it. But unfortunately, at least as of today, most of our scientists believe that this will be with us for a while. And hopefully, with vaccines, we can keep it to an endemic like a flu, so it's an annual shot as opposed to a pandemic.
And since we have you here, what about long COVID? I mean, is this a concern? Because
it is.
You read some of these statistics and they're terrifying. I've read 10% of people have long COVID, have some effect on their health. I've read 30%. And it's not too clear who gets it, who doesn't.
No, we don't know.
I suppose you're developing medicine. What do we do about this? Because this is something we really haven't experienced for.
Well, I think what we do is we take advantage of the preventative options that we have. And so Latin America should be proud because we have among the highest vaccination rates against COVID in the world. But places like the United States, we've got work to do. And so I think the first step is ensuring that we capitalize on the availability of preventative vaccines, that we take the necessary steps in terms of maintaining the right protocols, whether it's masking or otherwise, to limit the spread of the disease.
Yeah. we're a global organization, and we had pretty strong sort of vaccine mandates where we could do it. In places like Brazil, it's like 98%, 99% El Salvador,
Yeah.
Chile is similar. In the States, it's 70.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's very interesting to see what the political effects had on health. But the thing that bothers me is that we know that people died because they didn't
sure.
take the vaccine. What they could have been saved. So this is interesting how politics is getting into the midst of this. Gaston, are you seeing a movement of your supply chain away from China to other places? Because there's two things. One is the sort of trade war between the US and EU to some extent and China. But you also have that in a world where we want to lower carbon emissions, shipping something across the Pacific is not low carbon. So how are you guys sort of reacting to that?
So I think there are several movements taking place. It's not just China, US or China, EU world trade. It's also that China over time is becoming relatively less competitive than it was, which is natural, right? So you're seeing several movements. One is the diversification within Asia, more globally, and also parts of Europe for production. And the other one is for some categories, for some product, a lot of local production. So coming back to Latin America and using, for example, Colombia has in some products great production capabilities that were used very specifically and exporting to the whole world on a very narrow layer, and now they're being used to go more broadly within the whole region. Peru, the same thing. So those are the two main movements. I think there is another additional movement is that the emergence of the marketplaces, and we operate one in Chile, Peru, Colombia, is also allowing a lot of small and medium-sized companies to increase their participation in commerce, right? And these small and medium-sized companies, as opposed to the very large companies, depend a lot more on local suppliers. So that is also driving the participation of local suppliers overall in the commerce in the region. It's driving it up. So there are several movements that are taking place that I think are going to change the footprint of production over time.
And from our perspective and connected to this, we are seeing a significant increase in demand for supply chain finance programs, whether it is US or Latin America or in other parts of the world. And also supply chain finance programs that provide an advantage for those suppliers that are engaged in sustainable practices. And it's happening more and more across different industries. It's not just energy industry or agribusiness, it's industrials companies that are themselves, again, committing to driving an ESG strategy, and they are setting KPIs that they monitor and measure themselves against, and if they're in compliance with those KPIs, then they have advantages from a terms and conditions standpoint, including cost of capital. And so we are seeing a significant amount of demand and growth from that point of view, which I think is very much connected with this what's happening in the supply chain topic.
Yeah, and if I may add, there's another trend, which is retailers, larger retailers, are focusing more and more on private brands. And that is, and in the US, that's the case also. You have several retailers that are almost 100% private brands in grocery, in apparel. And this also drives the growth of local suppliers because these are, in general, a more diverse set of suppliers rather than the global brands that are supporting these private brands, that are gaining share within the retailers' overall sales. So that's another additional trend that is driving localization.
It's interesting. South America, not including Mexico, is one of the greenest electric energy grids in the world because we have so much hydro. But building more hydro is very difficult. I don't think more is going to be built. Very little. So the real question is taking advantage of, for example, in Chile, the sun, wind in northeastern Brazil. In our company at AES, one of the things we're thinking about is we help the Chilean mining sector use renewable energy for the mines. But how do you get to the next step, the heavy machinery? or you get to the shipping that we've been talking about. And there, we have big projects in Chile for green hydrogen and also for ammonia, for like the fertilizer. But these things take billions of dollars and take years. And so the thing is, this transition, some of the activists want it to happen overnight. And what you need is continuity, but you also need the financing behind that. And you need, I would say, really state policies. Because you can't have a situation where if one party wins, it reverses what the other party did. And unfortunately, we're starting to see that in the States, where you go back and forth. This is terrible. It's going to be very difficult to make the changes that are needed. But Gaston, so you're actually seeing more sourcing in Latin America than you did?
Yes, it's a percentage of total sourcing for sure, yeah. And I think it's going to grow going forward.
And Fernando, one of the things that has companies terrified is what are the rules on the ESG that are going to come out of the SEC? So
Yes.
in the sense, because they can ask for a gazillion things, can you actually produce that data? Are the bankers going to be asked? How are you guys thinking about that?
We are definitely going to be asked to produce that data. I would say that Europe is a lot more advanced than the Americas, and certainly more advanced than Asia Pacific when it comes to regulating ESG across industries, but particularly the financial industry. So there's going to be a cost associated with being, ESG enabled and in compliance. But it's coming, it's happening. As I said, there are regions that are in an advanced stage versus others. Certainly we have done a significant amount of work towards making sure that we are going to be in compliance. We have been driving, and again, quoting our CEO, Brian Moynihan, he has been leading the stakeholder capitalism and really driving for more transparency when it comes to ESG metrics. And we are seeing more and more corporates jumping onto this wagon. But one of the key things is you said the word data. Are we really capable of producing that data and consistently producing that data in a way that is auditable, that is transparent, and that can be leveraged for the purpose of measuring impact, and therefore with everything that comes after that? So it is a big topic. It is happening. It's going to get accelerated. We have also, for example, incorporated the concept of climate risk into our underwriting risk processes, because now we have to look into how climate is impacting different industries, and that is also informing and driving our own underwriting decisions and how we deploy capital. So it's very complex, but it's happening, yes.
That's a very good point that you raised, because I think it's 17 attorney generals in the U.S. have had cases against their state pension funds investing in companies that they feel are, I guess the term is like too woke or something, mm-hmm. But it seems like not seeing what's coming with climate change is would be not taking fiduciary responsibilities and investor seriously. Because Absolutely. If you say, well, I'm going to continue to invest in, I don't know, whale oil, and you see the ends, well, you better move your investments out of there. So it's an interesting situation, because you're having some backlash there. And you probably did have investors leaving fossil fuels too quick.
Yes.
It's like what we're suffering today in terms of higher oil prices in the States, at least, is really the decisions people took 2-3 years ago in terms of the drill counts. And so it really became unfashionable, and it's very interesting. Some of the oil companies were just giving back in dividends rather than investing in production. And that's what the signals for the market were. So I guess, going to Andrew, you have this situation where, you brought it up about equity. I think it's very interesting. And how digital can help sort of health equity as well. And so do you see that transformation of the health sector through that, better information, better digital information coming about?
Without question, and I mentioned, I think, in my opening comments that for us, that's one of the central pillars of our efforts over the next couple of years, because we do believe it's a vehicle to transform the totality of the healthcare system across the region and do it in a sustainable way. It also, I think, is a powerful vehicle for addressing the inequities in access to healthcare that I described. Take telemedicine, for example. Mm-hmm. telemedicine has the power to reach people in the most remote areas of the region. And to allow for a productive conversation with the provider. Technology allows us to do scans and to do clinical assessments in a remote capacity. And so, yes, it's a great example of how we think it will democratize healthcare in society. Infrastructure, like electronic prescribing, the ability for systems to maintain records electronically, the creation of interoperability across systems. As people move between countries or within cities within a country, their records should be able to follow them, enabling the provider to have visibility into the history of that patient in real time. And because digital healthcare solutions don't pay attention to where you live or your socioeconomic status, we do think it's a great equalizer. What we found, even in some of the new regimes in Colombia, Chile, among other countries, is a receptivity to engaging in public-private partnerships that are designed to advance the implementation of healthcare solutions. What we've also seen, which is really exciting, is we've seen this massive surge in health tech startups across the region. And they're building platforms and systems across the ecosystem, from diagnosis and analytics to data protection and transport, into electronic health records. And so we're actively investing in those startups because these entrepreneurs have demonstrated an agility and a knowledge of the ecosystem in ways that even Pfizer, who've been there for 70 years, don't possess. And so we think it allows us to really serve as a force multiplier in our efforts in this area.
Is data privacy an issue from that perspective? It is definitely for us in terms of where we store and how we manage data for clients.
It is for sure. You don't have the protections codified to the same extent as you do in the US in terms of HIPAA. But yes, we have to be cognizant of those challenges. And that's part of the work we're doing, is to ensure that we have the ability to protect data, personal health records, as they move across systems or even between countries. So yes, that has to come part and parcel with the development of the infrastructure from a digital perspective. That's a great question.
Fascinating.
Because what's interesting is the digital revolution in terms of what mobile cellular did in Africa or did in Latin America. So all this sort of telemedicine, you need to have access to the internet.
Yes.
And some of our countries are really lagging on that.
Yes, for sure.
And you also need the education aspect.
100%.
Now, here we're in a wonderful university. One of the things that's interesting is how to really make through, let's say, remote means, education available to more people. And I think that's something that the probably ministers of education in Latin America should really study, because there's this tremendous opportunity that you don't have to physically move people around to have access to education. But it seems like an area that's, certainly in Latin America, seems to be somewhat lagging.
I think there's an additional challenge just above providing education, which is the whole challenge of reskilling. This whole digital transformation is leaving a lot of people out of many different markets. And I think there's a responsibility for all of us as companies thinking about the whole reskilling process. We're putting together a bunch of initiatives around how to get people into different jobs gradually within the company so that they don't become obsolete as the current jobs become obsolete.
That's a very good point.
One experiment we ran this year, and I call it an experiment because it has to do with the metaverse, is we onboarded 1,600 new employees to Bank of America by using that technology. We did it by bringing all of those together in the same physical environment, and then providing them with the tools to be able to get immersed into understanding Bank of America and get onboarded onto their jobs. But think about the power of that if you can do that remotely without having to bring people together, and how to apply that to the education challenge and the reskilling challenge. So while still in its infancy, I think there are very, very interesting applications to that type of technology for this purpose going forward.
I agree.
Well, it's interesting. We shut down some coal plants in Chile. And we shut down the only coal plant in Hawaii. So one of the things we did is reach out to the workers and retrain those for renewables, which is the growing part of the business. Now, part of the problem has to do with the age group cohort, because your average person working in a coal mine or working in a coal plant, for example, in the US, it's about over 50. So those people have a more difficult time about reskilling. But the younger people, do. So for example, probably 30–40% of the people were reskilled and wanted to. The other ones retired. Well, I think any sort of closing remarks from each one of you. I feel much more optimistic after this panel. We have a lot more. I'm an economist. I'm supposed to be dismal. We have a lot of very smart people, a lot of big companies with a lot of resources. I think, looking at these issues. I think this is going to be, for a long time, these issues aren't going to go away. No. But I think people are thinking about them in a very creative and smart way. So maybe sort of, 30 seconds, Gaston, Fernando, and
I think we have a region today that has great opportunities. There's a lot of noise from many different sources, but particularly political. And I think the challenge we have as leaders is how to look through that or beyond that, how to collaborate with the public sector in a better way. I think we have lost some level of credibility in our motives, in the way we as business leaders collaborate with the public sector and the way we communicate more generally. So I think we have a big challenge there. But looking longer term, I think this is a region with tremendous opportunity, both in terms of penetration of technology, in terms of production of energy in general, sustainable energy. Chile is leading not by chance, but because it has incredible resources to do that. And there are so many examples of the potential of this region. So I think our focus has to be on how to really bet on those opportunities for the long term.
I couldn't agree more. I started the session by this quote of optimism. I think if there is a region that can manage through East Latin America for all the reasons that have been said, I think there's a significant amount of pockets of liquidity and capital that are waiting to be deployed into the right projects and opportunities, and Latin America will be a part of that for several reasons. But again, the economic power of the Latin American region is not ignored. And yes, as we deal with these challenges, again, I think we are going to continue to be able to come through and deliver growth, deliver inclusive growth for the region. And I do agree. I think Latin America continues to have a phenomenal opportunity that requires everybody, private and public sector, coming together and have more of a longer-term plan and ambition towards where we want to take Latin America forward. But
I would echo the sentiments of both of these gentlemen. And Pfizer remains incredibly optimistic about the prospects for the future of Latin America. Latin America, despite the challenges we have faced, continues to grow at rates equal to or greater than the developed world. And we believe in large part it's a function of, as you mentioned, the power of the people, the resilience, the passion, the determination that we see in Latin America, I think, is like no other region in the world. And I think that's largely why we're so confident about the future of our ability to continue to deliver medicines to patients wherever they are and make a meaningful impact and sustainable impact, not just in the healthcare system, but in the communities in which we operate.
Well, on that up note, I want to thank our panelists and thank you all for listening.
thank you.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Cristina Palmaca, President of SAP Latin America and the Caribbean, along with Cecilia Tornaghi, Managing Editor at Americas Quarterly, who will engage in a Bravo leadership conversation to discuss how the pandemic opened an opportunity for business in Latin America to play a more prominent role in the global supply chain and how technology can play an essential role in nearshoring.
All right, take your seat. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun.
It's not a break. Maybe we just wait a little bit, right?
All right, we're just gonna get started. All right, okay,
Sure.
we'll start.
Before we start, until the team still sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is our mic on? Yes.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, good morning.
Maybe somebody can help us here.
All right. Well, Andres, chairman, just said that he was very optimistic about his first panel. You just wait and see our panel and see. We're going to fit here. Who is more optimistic? I'm very privileged to be here today. Welcome, everyone. This morning, it's really nice to be here. I'm managing editor of the Americas Quarter, which is a publication of the Council of the Americas. I hope you have a chance to look at it. And I have Cristina Palmaca. It's really an honor and a privilege to lead this conversation with you here today. As was, we just said optimism, because the title of what we're about to discuss here is exactly that, right? Global trends driving opportunity in Latin America, which was just mentioned in the previous panel, that this multiple shocks to the system, as Andres mentioned, that we are seeing globally has really opened several opportunities which are open there for us to take for the region to maybe leapfrog. So that's what we're going to discuss here. Cristina, of course, is more than well-positioned to give us an insight of where and how we can fill in the gaps and actually leapfrog and take on these opportunities. And Cristina, I'd like to start with you with one of, the major shock that the pandemic was, because it was sort of like it showed us our deep vulnerabilities globally, but in Latin America specifically, in supply chains in several areas. We were not prepared in education level and so many levels, but the supply chain was really a stop and shop. We saw countries hijacking other countries' surgical masks and products. It was really incredible how vulnerable and how similar it was, having all production in one side of the planet. So I'd just like to start from that, because we are already, globally reeling back. So in your view, what are trends that you are seeing in global supply chains that are already showing this promoting and accelerating the take of this opportunity?
Yeah, so first of all, good morning. So nice to be here. Challenging after this panel that was super exciting. I think there is a lot of things that we will connect during the day, right? So talk a little bit about the change that needed to happen, maybe not on the planned way, but we saw already many companies that had already worked before on how to connect the end-to-end of the supply chain. But for sure, the pandemic brought the visibility of topics that were not top of mind of the agenda. If we look at for the risk assessment for most of the boards, pandemic was not on the top of the agenda. So probably nobody was planned to really need to react on the very fast way. So that was the reality. But at the end, the important part of the pandemic that brought is how we can first as a human adapt, and also how technology has an important role on that perspective. The adoption of technology to help on that specific moment, but then how to make this on a more structural way. I think those were some of the learnings during the pandemic. And we always say that the digitalization was one of the big ways to survive. But of course, when you do this on a more planned and structured way, it's better. Yeah, we run our research, but this was in US, but around 50% of the companies were saying that they need improvements on their supply chain. This was last year. And probably it's more than that, right? If you really deep down, maybe, because this is a continuous thing, right? Supply chain, you can adapt when you change business model, when you have new approaches, when you are B2B, then you go B2C. So depending on the business models, you can change even on the course of your strategy. But that was the result of that. And the main focus, one of them was adopting new technologies. We have a lot of technology already available. Yeah, we always talk about the future of the technology, but all of them are already available. There are companies, and we are blessed to be honored to work with so many companies across the world, different segments. Yeah, we had many of them here with us during the event, here on stage. So it's good to see how they use, how they adopt, because the technology by itself is there, but the way you adopt, the way you use and take value, that's what we call the intelligent business network, how you connect things. The network approach, the global value supply chain creation, this is the most important part. So I think that was the first priority that we saw on this research. Yeah, bringing this on the decision process, adopting new technology, but looking for a new component that is sustainability, right? How you make decisions on a different way. Yeah, so everybody is very familiar taking decisions, looking at P&Ls, financials, inventories, how to connect lead times, what's the best lead time to bring a component from China, from Europe, from Latin America. So we know how to do those assessments. Imagine if you bring one component, what this is the impact for your strategy on ESG. Yeah, what's the carbon footprint that you bring to that decision that you make, but not later on when you make the assessment of your footprint, but before, when you take a decision on bringing a specific component or a product. So that's the basis of the technology that needs to be incorporated on the decision-making process. And we have, of course, all the decisions taking the new technology that is coming. You talk about artificial intelligence to help you take those decisions. Blockchain for traceability. Now more and more, we talk about the pharmaceutical industry, the food industry, where the component is coming from. Is it coming from the right sourcing? Is it coming from a place that is not damaging the environmental aspects? So all of that are very possible with technology, and blockchain is one of them. And the third one is the new way of developing solutions, what we call no-code, low-code, no-code, which makes the technology embedded on everybody's life. Yeah, at the end of the day, we were discussing the other day, all the companies are financial institutions, as we mentioned. All of the companies are technology institutions, because you need to bring this on not complex perspective, but much easier perspective. So I think that's the new approach, and the pandemic just accelerated every need, that exposed a little bit those things that were already there, but now in a different way, we need to accelerate and take actions, but in a broader way, not just looking for individual companies, but how do we impact this as companies and as a society as well.
And Latin America is known for adopting technologies, right, at different levels, but at the same time known for our infrastructure. I'm Brazilian, so I can say for our policy infrastructure in all terms, physical, but also digital. So how can nations put this into these two things, but into motion to actually insert the region into a global trade environment?
Yeah, just being close is not enough, right? And for sure there needs to be a big drive from governments, as being part of the agenda, of a government agenda. It's not a country by country, but for sure with differences, we see some countries are more advanced of that, looking on the infrastructure, not just on technology, but also on infrastructure like 5Gs, etc. So you really need to put that. But for sure, the big pillar for the drive here goes into education, goes on the talent development. And I'm so glad to see that we have so much intelligence in the region. Yeah, you have, for instance, in Mexico, Tec Monterrey, super advanced in terms of capabilities of putting technology in the center of the development. You see ourselves in SAP, we have a lab in the south of Brazil. We have 2,000 developers together with a university close by. So creating those kind of talents to the market, not just for SAP, for our ecosystem, for the market. But this is still not enough. Yeah, we still have a big gap if you compare the number of opportunities in the market and the number of consultants. But for sure, here is a big support that we should be driving. collectively as an ecosystem, but in terms of infrastructure, this is one important part. And to start putting on the agenda, we really need to show that first, Latin America is blessed, like a region, right? We have the demographic, as we mentioned, we have the natural resources, we see what's happening in Europe, yeah, we are pretty close to what's happening there. So imagine us as this pool of renewables energy. We have the agribusiness as the core, and even though we talk about technology as the big techs, but there is a lot of innovation on those segments. If you take just agribusiness, we are running a program with startups for agribusiness. There is so much innovation on not just how you connect that, how do you bring innovation and new approaches, new way to develop foods and connect on the traceability aspects. We have one of the tools that is called a green token that is connecting the traceability across the whole chain since the production until the end, until you have the food there in your table. So technology, in fact, is a big driver. And imagine if we, as a region, with all those assets, we can really establish this connection and bring this not just for the region to get stronger, to get a different position on the geopolitical aspects, but especially helping on this nearshore support. So the government can help, but for sure here, especially on this room, we have so many companies that are doing and making the change, and we will collectively put the resources together. The impact is much bigger than everybody just doing individually.
Because connectivity in the region, not a digital part, but connectivity in general, even at global policy level, is also a challenge for us. So how do you see, if you had a wish list of what should be a priority regionally for nations to be able to bring at scale these examples that you're mentioning?
Wow. If I had a lot of, the list is big, right? Yeah, so I think first would be to improve this connection between the agenda of because the corporate side is doing a lot of things. Yeah, it would be very much facilitated if we could connect this with a broader public approach, not just on regulations like a punishment, but as an incentive. And I have the opportunity of visiting and talking to some of the public sector approach. We really need to transform the laws to incentive, not to just to punish whatever the companies are doing, and bring in some examples. I'll give some of the examples. I was just this morning with Fernando from Cemex and what they are doing in the neighborhood of Monterrey. So companies just going there by themselves, big companies impacting the educational part, the social part. At the end, you are there to develop and create jobs. So many, many things happening there without the support from the government. Of course, you talk to the government, to this public agenda, but it's really companies getting together to solve a specific problem. We have many other examples. Yeah, we are based in Brazil. Also, when you have not just ourselves with the companies, but also with the competition, because this is not a play. When you are on the solving problem moment, you cannot just see companies as competitors. You need to see this broadly as an ecosystem. So we are collectively sitting and saying, how do we address the educational part, how we address the social part, but not just as a charity, but really making this as a part of the impact on the economy, on the social part. So that's probably my wish list, that we as companies can connect. Of course, we need to bring the government in a moment of time just to make sure that we can expand. But until that is done, as Susan mentioned, we're having a very exciting moment across the region. But anyhow, the companies, yes, can make the difference. And so just to bring to that perspective, yeah, the creativity, the diverse culture that we have in the region, and also in terms of the companies, right? So you suppose all the startups and the unicorns that we have in the region. It's amazing to see how much we are seeing the investments flowing and how much good ideas we are taking of that. Yeah, we are going to see, and pretty soon from Walla, yeah, it's one of our customers that is here. We are so proud to be there together when they are starting and exploding. and being a reference for the worldwide perspective. So on this wish list is creating this, let's say, safe environment that companies can receive investments, that they can flourish and bring the best of what Latin America can bring. The creativity, the intelligence, the ideas, and the power to make it happen. I think Latin America is known not just for having an idea, but the power to make it happen. So I think that's the capability that we should be foreseeing and working together. I think that's the most important. Forums like that, I think, reinforce the connectivity of the companies to create and really address something bigger than just specifics.
The council is here for everybody to get together.
Yeah, exactly.
And work together. Yeah, and as Fernando was mentioned earlier, we are experts in crisis.
Yeah.
And so actually in turning it into opportunity. So I'll go back to, you mentioned the issue of ESG and now this need for companies to implement that and to include that in their processes and their thinking ahead of time. So in your experience, are companies taking advantage of that or actually actively implementing these tools, using them, and what else is needed to increase not only the understanding of the need of using these tools, but accessibility to those for also, mid-sized companies?
Yeah, of course it's in the top of the agenda for many companies, some of them really working, some of them because they need to really address. So of course there are different capabilities, but I'm optimistic. I'm a believer that all of the companies are doing this for the right reason, because of the right impact. So, and we see so many examples in the region. Our approach for that is first that the company needs to have what are their priorities. Each segment has a different perspective or different need, depending of the segment, of the touch that we see. So I think that's unique. There are commonalities, but we see different drives. If you are a manufacturer, if you are retail, if you are into the renewable energy, so if you are on your gas, so you have different needs on your priorities and perspective. But most important is define those targets. What's your ambitions? What are your footprint that you want to give to the world? So first defining the strategy. The second one is how do you measure? You really need to measure to really see where you are on your ambition and how you are taking actions to reach those specific metrics that you are addressing. So that's important part, and again, here technology has an important role to help you understand where you are, understand what are the decisions that you need to make to change the course of some decisions, being on the supply side, being on the recruiting side, if you are looking for the social part on diversity and inclusion, are your equity in terms of equality in terms of salaries? So you need to look and measure and address properly. So you need to define, measure, and see evolution. So again, technology and analytics here is super, super important. And we have so many examples across the region that are really adopting. We mentioned that Latin America is super fast to adopt. Yeah, we have one of our first customers worldwide on one of our solutions that really make the traceability on our carbon footprint was closed in Chile. It's a company that produces salmon. It's a Jadron. So it's the first company in the world a couple of months ago that decided to do exactly that. What's my footprint in terms of carbon? Of course, now we have many other companies looking on that, but was the first one. We just closed, we have one of our solutions touch a lot of things on the ESG part, from the environmental, social, and of course, governance. But our first one in terms of control sustainability towers, like a dashboard, was in Colombia, Grupo Energía de Bogotá, which is just looking for efficiencies across the processes, but also how do I control that? How do I make the evolution better? How do I make sure that we are really reaching what we are talking, and what are the specific actions that I need to take to address those? And of course, the first one, ONG, that closed it, also the same solution. In fact, is a partner, is a part of our CSR activities. It's in Amazonia, so Fundação Amazônia Sustentável, that is looking what's the impact of their actions across the analytics of the impact on the environmental side. So those kind of things that we see ESG connected with the strategy. Again, technology being an important part of the measurement and how do we see evolution, how we define ambitions, how do we measure and how we are doing. And most important, it is not one or the other. Do I do an ESG approach or am I more sustainable? Yeah, our CEO is pretty open to say that we need to really have a sustainable evolution and the sustainability is also reliable, also in a way that you can bring as part of this strategy. So you need to have both working together. It's not one thing on the other. And again, here technology is a way to support that.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, if the region is to be inserted into the global trade environment, especially as a supplier, it's mandatory now to be able to prove and show, and we're in such a privileged position in many countries to actually show, right, how we can do things in compliance.
There is no option. Fernando mentioned about all the investments that are flowing to the region, how much investment is coming. There is no way if you don't do it the right way. Maybe we are from a generation that previously that you have to decide if you do it right or you do on the green side. Now there is no option. So that's the very important message. This goes from where do you supply from what your supplier looks like. Is there a child workforce on that perspective? Are they paying properly? So is it coming from the right source with the right material, not coming from areas that are being damaging the environmental? So those are the elements that you cannot do it manually. You cannot just, I have a feeling that this company is not doing good enough. And I think the evolution here, Cecilia, is not looking just for your own company. Of course, we do that. We do our carbon zero environmental impact on our data centers, but you need to see this across the globe, all the scopes, 1, 2, and 3. How is the impact on your suppliers? What's the impact on your customers? Yeah, whatever you are producing, how this is embedded on the end-to-end. So I think that's the mindset shift, that you are accountable for everything that happens end-to-end. So that's why we really need to have strong tools to support companies to take the best decision, to really address the urgency of the topics on that perspective. And supply chain is embedded in everything here, right?
Yeah, and without technology, it gets even harder now, even having to, the circular economy and having to actually, account for your product after the fact. It's just more complicated. But you also mentioned earlier education is in previous wish list, but where do you see that, you mentioned there are initiatives from the private sector. Where do you see that this could be scaled, and what is it that we could do, especially here we're in a forum with many decision makers, that can be done in terms of pushing that agenda forward? Because it seems to be the Achilles heel of Latin America, besides our infrastructure, lack of connectivity, et cetera, but it's really, education opportunities at the basic level.
Yeah, when you see the overall educational in the region, always was a backlog. Yeah, I can take for experience higher in Brazil, but I believe it can be extrapolated for the rest of the region. If not, I'm sorry if any other country has a different perspective, but especially in Brazil, we have a big topic on people that even go to school and don't learn, right, the basics. Yeah? So this on the regular educational approach. When you go to the digital, you create an even higher gap. Yeah, if you look for other nations that are investing as technology being part of the curriculum, and really being the centers of technology, like you see this in India, when you see a big boom in China a couple of years ago. So you really need to bring this agenda. So that's why it's more than just public sector. It must enter on the curriculum of the society, of the individuals, of the children that are coming, and not just on the, let's say, regular curriculum, but needs to be part of that. So that's the part of the public agenda that needs to enter to guarantee that there is no further gap in terms of education. Otherwise, we will start creating a gap between the needs of these new skills, the new technology skills, and what you are going to school and learning right at that time. So that's the acceleration that we need to put in terms of our public education on schools, etc. Until there, it still is not super on top of everybody's agenda. We, on the corporate side, need to move because we are seeing what's happening. And of course, there are a lot of companies here doing their support on that side, but we need to acknowledge first the gap, that this is really the agenda that the countries need to take. And until there, how the companies can connect. So I gave the example of Monterrey because I think it's a nice one. Yeah, you have an institution, you have a school there, a couple of schools, but I'm more familiar with the Monterrey one, and the companies that are there and really connecting and bringing to that perspective people to be developed. So you have the opportunity to create jobs. Yeah, you are not doing this because this is jobs sometimes for yourself, but you have like 100% possibility of coming from those processes and getting a job and making the economy to really articulate. So I think those are the examples. And again, technology can support because we can do this sometimes digitally. So the model that we are modulating in Brazil is all digital, is also an institution, an educational institution that can connect this for many cities, not the big ones. The ones that are far away, you start including this, the whole society in this purpose. So I really take this is a big mission for our companies here, and super glad to open the conversation even broader for anyone that is our passion for the topic as I am.
Yeah, because that's what we need if we want to be in the global trade environment, if you want to bring development, if you want to take advantage of the investments that are possible. We need people to work them and be creative as well, right? So
exactly.
Education, ground zero.
Ground zero, exactly.
Christina, fantastic. Well, do you want to say a final word on what you think, what your priorities going forward on taking this opportunity?
No, super. So first of all, I'm glad to be here, and not only for the panel, but on the interaction. So I think that's how we maximize our mission. I think we as leaders here, we have a big role to make the change and impact in Latin America. I think we have so many opportunities. We have really endless opportunities for the region. That's how we see. And of course, being responsible for Latin America is my mission to internally guarantee investments, the right focus, the focus on the technology adoption to really change the world, because I think that connects pretty much with our purpose for SAP. So open to connect during the rest of the day, and really like a call to actions for us as leaders to make Latin America part of the global approach. I think we have a mission for that, and here we have so many leaders and talents and so bright minds that can make the change. So really thank you for the Council of America for connecting that, and that we take the best advantage. Since we are here as leaders, I think we have this role to make the difference in the world, and I think Latin America should be in a different spot, and will be. I think it's already there, but I think we can even accelerate furthermore. So thank you, Cecilia, for the opportunity.
Well, thank you so much, Christina.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're moving to an important theme, the road ahead for Latin America's tech ecosystem. Please welcome to the stage the moderator of our next panel, Francisco Aldaya, Senior Editor of Bloomberg Linea, and panel members, Adolfo Babatz, founder and CEO of Clip, Hernan Caza, co-founder and managing partner of Kazakh, and Bryn McNulty Rojas, co-founder and CEO of Hobby, who will discuss the region's tech unicorns and emerging players are navigating the challenges and opportunities of expanding their businesses in their turbulent global economic landscape.
time started. The mics aren't on, right?
I don't think so.
The mics. Are the mics on? They're on, okay. Welcome everyone. In this panel, we'll be discussing the most pressing issues that Latin American tech companies are facing currently. We're exiting the pandemic, which drove the adoption of the services and products that these companies offer. But there's certainly been a shift in the macro environment now with interest rates rising sharply to fight inflation worldwide. To provide their invaluable insight, we have on this panel 3 individuals with a proven track record of scaling up and persevering through difficulties. Adolfo Babatz is the CEO and founder of Clip, a Mexican fintech company focused on payments. Bryn McNulty Rojas is CEO and co-founder of Habi, a Colombian prop tech company. And Hernan Casá, who co-founded Mercado Libre and is now managing partner of the venture capital firm Kazakh. My first question for all 3 of you is about the current outlook for tech companies in the region. With liquidity shrinking and the global economy evidently slowing down, what are your main recommendations for the startups and the unicorns trying to navigate these waters? I guess we could start with Bryn.
Sure. Thank you for having me. One thing that we strive to do in our mission at Hobby is to offer information and liquidity to middle-class homeowners throughout Colombia and Mexico. So we actually view this moment as an opportunity because the services that we offer are more needed than ever. So we're very lucky in that we closed our Series C in the spring and we have a strong balance sheet and positive unit economics. So now is a time when we can fulfill our mission when it matters more to the people who we work with. So we're trying to scale in a kind of responsible way and offer those services across Colombia and Mexico. And I think that advice that I would give to founders who are finding themselves in this similar moment of uncertainty is to just focus on the mission, focus on clear path to profitability, and try to kind of keep your heads down and execute. But I think if you have a long-term conviction in the region, as we do, there is a lot of opportunity to take advantage of this moment of potential dislocation. And in Colombia specifically, where there has been more volatility, at least that we've seen in our business versus Mexico, the other country in which we operate, we have really, really, really strong belief in the long-term potential of the country, and we are continuing to scale our strategy there. We have a commitment to bring hundreds of millions of dollars into the country, and we'll continue to grow. So it's a long way of saying I think it is a difficult moment, but you just have to keep continuing to put your head down and execute. And you would be the person, I think, to give even more perspective than I possibly could.
Hernan?
Sure. Hello, everyone. So I think there are 2 sides to your question. On the one hand, long term, I think that the trends continue to be very, very positive. We've been around for more than 2 decades. So when we started Mercado Libre 23 years ago, there was no ecosystem whatsoever, and obviously that demanded lots of work, but also a forward-looking plan, assuming that everything that was happening at the time in the US was starting to happen in Asia, etc., was coming into the region. All that has proven to be the case. So certainly tech trends have been very strong in the last 2 decades, and I'm totally convinced that that will continue to be the case going forward. I think that with technology, we're going to be able to solve, or at least to narrow the gap that we have around financial inclusion, access to your own house, access to education, healthcare, etc. Short term, there's clearly an adjustment in the market. It's happening globally, and Latin America is not an exception of that. So what we see is that today versus what happened in the last couple of years, shortage of capital is an issue. So all companies need to be much more thoughtful about how to plan their growth, how to make sure that they can end up reaching sustainability, ensuring that they have strong unit economics, and all those things. So again, this is a typical cycle that we see in markets. At some point, there's excess of capital. At some point, there's shortage of it. Now we're going in this latter area. But I think long term, nothing happens. Short term, I think that the companies that can survive the current crisis in a way will be the leaders of the next couple of decades.
Adolfo?
Yeah, I think so. There are probably three types of, I'm overgeneralizing, okay, but there are probably three types of companies right now to answer the question that you asked. So, like Hernan correctly mentioned, there's a shortage of capital right now, and many business models on the last few years were run based on abundance of capital. So that, in my view, is going or has led to three types of companies. One, the ones that have, like Brian was mentioning, positive user economics, strong business models, strong teams with good market leadership. Those are going to be incredibly positioned for the long term, like Hernan mentioned. Then we have the other extreme, which are these companies that raise money. Acquiring users is easy, by the way. The problem is actually usage and monetizing them. That acquire a bunch of users with a promise of, oh, I'm going to acquire 1 million users, but then I'm going to give them credit. Yeah, you just wait until you have to collect from customers in Mexico, or Argentina, or Brazil. It's a lot harder than what it seems. So those are going to die or should die pretty quickly. There are ones that are very troublesome, which are the ones in the middle. The venture funds call them the walking dead, right? Which are not as bad as these guys that spend like drunken sailors, not as bad, not as good as the other companies. So in terms of what entrepreneurs should do, I think these times of crisis are a good time for reflection on yourself, on your company, and on what you do. And I think entrepreneurs, as hard as it is, we have to make an assessment of where our company stands. Are we one of those rock stars that, of course, would, like both Hernan and Brian said, have to adjust costs and really move forward and start doing M&A and really start looking for companies to get a massive market share? In the case of Clip, that's what we're doing. Or if you're in a very difficult position, you have to find yourself a way to get acquired or sold or find a way out. I think the most tricky position is the one in the middle, the walking dead, because they're, like I said, they're not in either one of those positions. So those are the ones that in the cost cutting and in the retreat, if they don't align the resources properly, they're probably going to die. And I think, in my view, that's the most difficult position of those three types of companies. That we're starting to see that. It's not there out there yet, because last year a lot of companies raised a lot of money, so they still have cash, but it's just a few months. We're still a few months before I think this type scenario really starts. We're already seeing the M&A piece. The one in the middle is the one that is going to be very interesting to watch out how it goes.
And thinking of the short term, VC investment, according to data provided by Lavka, has gone down consistently since Q3 of 21. How long do you think that trend can last in terms of the amount of rounds, the ticket sizes still going down?
So I think it's like a casino, right? I think we all saw the report on inflation. It was 2 weeks ago when I read it in the morning. I was, oh my God, the market is going to go down, and then it went up, and I just emailed the team, and this is like a casino. Nobody knows what's happening. And to going back to your question, nobody knows, okay? Until we actually see some signs of the Fed retreating from the inflation, I don't think we're going to see, I don't know. In the summer, I was telling the team, we are in the middle of the eye of the hurricane. We're here in Miami, so it's kind of, everything is calm in the middle of a hurricane, or we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know. I think we're in the middle of the hurricane. It turns out we were in the middle of the eye. And I think it's still going to take. Some people say that it might be back by mid next year, by 2024. But again, as long as inflation and the Fed, of course, what is going on in Ukraine, but especially the inflation doesn't shed a little bit more light on what's going on, I think the markets are still going to be, tight That being said, funds, and Hernan has a lot more information about this, are sitting on billions of dollars. And that money needs to put to work, which goes back to my previous comment, is going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. The good companies are going to get all the capital and they're going to get really big. And the ones that are somewhere there, they're really not going to make it out. So, but who knows? To be honest, I don't know.
Just to offer maybe a complementary comment, I think that long term we all know with good precision what will happen. And I have no doubts that, again, as I was saying earlier, tech trends will continue to be very strong. I'm sure that last year we had $16 billion of investments into Latin American startups. Eventually we're going to pass that number. I'm totally convinced about it. So we know what will happen. We have no clue when that will happen. And I think that is always the challenge. I think it's quite easy to foresee what will happen. It's very, very tough to know when that will happen. But when we started, again, going back to 1999, 2000, I don't know, the tech ecosystem was worth, I don't know, $200 million. And last year it was 16 billion. This year it's already around 6, so it's above what it was in the prior 2019, 2020 cycle. And I'm sure we're going to reach again 16 billion, but when will that happen? I have no clue. Might happen in 2 years, might happen in 5, in 7. So I think we'll need to be patient and make sure that we're investing for the future and that we have sustainable businesses that somehow can last until the sun shines again.
Any additional comments, Bryn, on that point?
I mean, I would just say that I think that the region is no stranger to tumultuous times, and if companies are operating in these markets, they have to have some sense that this is likely to be part of the long-term strategy. And I mean, if you look at over the last 10 years, some of the mega platforms that we've seen come out of Argentina and Brazil were not born in stable macroeconomic environments. And if you are able to focus on the things that Adolfo was saying and come out of this, you really have an opportunity to come out as an even stronger, more defensible kind of powerhouse. And the question is, who are the companies that will be able to do that effectively, and who are the walking dead who will not? And I always have the belief that if you are executing well, like have a clear long-term vision and path to profitability, capital will be available. Will it be as easy, and will it be at the scale that it was before? No. Do you have to make sure that you manage burn and can get through periods of uncertainty to the moment at which it is? Yes. But for those companies who are really building strong businesses, you can come through it.
And in that context of VC rounds going down, we've seen unicorns and startups taking out credit lines from banks, which is the case of both Hobby and Clip. What was the reasoning there, and how will you be looking to deploy that capital?
Sure. So in the case of Hobby, we are, and I didn't mention this earlier, a data-driven residential platform, and we offer information liquidity to the middle class throughout Colombia and Mexico. And one of the products that we offer is what's called iBuying, where we will buy homes on balance sheet, renovate them, and sell them, in addition to brokerage, listings, mortgage origination, and free evaluation. And in offering liquidity to the market, including through the iBuying product, we utilize debt to be able to do that at scale. And that is one of the reasons that we take down lines both from local and international financial partners. We are lucky because of the way the business model works. Every dollar of debt that we bring in gets recycled into the market multiple times a year. So the clients get the multiplier effect of the debt that we're able to access locally or international and bring into the market. And we've been doing that effectively for 3.5 years now, and are continuing to look to do that at increased scale in both Colombia and Mexico.
Adolfo?
So in our case, what we do is mobile payments. We empower merchants to accept payments in Mexico. We have been doing that for 10 years. The company got its 10-year anniversary last September. This requires, it's a very simple business model. We charge the merchant on a per transaction fee, less the cost of that processing that transaction, and that's our profit, right? We call it el negocio centavero. So it's a business of cents that needs a really big scale. but it's a really nice, novel, and it's a business that is deeply entrenched in the economies of all markets around the world. Today, Clip has become really big. Today, roughly two out of 3 merchants that are onboarded into the Mexican payment system come through us versus banks and everyone else. So the company has become very large, and we're still expanding, and we need money to provide that expansion. And at the end of last year, we started negotiating the debt round. Thank God we finalized the terms before everything got really bad. So, and we just announced it, but we had this deal since the end of the beginning of this year. And the purpose of the money is to keep growing the business, keep acquiring merchants, and to start or keep developing new products and services, because as we grow the business, we start adding more products and services to really help the merchants grow and manage their business. So that's the purpose of the capital, and of course it's less dilutive, and it's the first time we issue debt, so it's kind of a milestone, right? It's like when you raise your first round of money, equity, it's a milestone. Then when you reach certain milestones in terms of valuation and amount and clients, this for us was a huge milestone, being able to bring banks on board, international banks, to provide us a loan for our business.
Staying on Clip, you had a different kind of milestone last month where you turned 10.
Yeah.
What were the main challenges 10 years ago coming out of Mexico, where cash was truly king back then?
Yeah, so cash is still king in the region, not only in Mexico. It's still, I mean, in the case of Mexico, it's a little bit more, let's say it's a more despot king. It's a bigger king. It's about 85% of the transactions are still carried out in cash. The rest is done in cards. Just provide some context, Brazil, that percentage is about 28%, more or less. In the States, it's about 55%. Mexico, right now it's about 16%. When I started the company, that percentage was 8%. So it has really gained a lot of, electronic payment methods have gained a lot of share all over the world, Mexico included. The challenge, I would say it was threefold. Number one is it was the lack of capital, like Hernan mentioned. Back then, there was not capital going into Latin America, really. It was very, very, very scarce, and the case of Mexico was even scarcer. Number one. Number two, incumbents, which is, I think, what every startup around the world faces. In the case of Mexico, for those of you that operate in Mexico or have businesses, incumbents are especially powerful, and the banking sector in Mexico is especially complicated to deal with. The payment system specifically, and some people hate me when I say this, but Mexico is the North Korea of payments. Even though it's the country with the most free trade agreements in the world, and it's a complete open economy and industrial economy, it's an economy that in the payment system, it has been relegated to a horrendous past. Okay? It's part of the reason why the penetration of cash is still king. So fighting against the incumbents in a place where, like most of the region, rule of law in terms of competition is not precisely our strongest. Okay? That was second. And the third is talent. Back in 2000, when the folks here at Mercado Libre launched Mercado Libre, Argentina and Brazil had their internet moment, meaning these companies were created. A lot of people got very rich. A lot of people got a lot of experience, and those there went and did funds like Hernan and Nico. A lot of those stayed operating the companies. A lot of those started other companies. Mexico didn't have that internet moment. Why? Because the telecom costs, speaking of incumbents, the telecom costs were the highest in the world back then for Mexico. So we didn't have an internet moment. We didn't have a generation of entrepreneurs that created companies. We're going through that right now. So the access to talent that other countries like Argentina and Brazil had because of the previous experience of the dot-com boom we didn't have it. So that is a third challenge that we face. Like, I mean, every startup faces the challenge of talent, but I think in the case of us in Mexico 10 years ago, it was especially acute.
And going forward, how have those challenges evolved now that you've been growing for 10 years? How has the scenario changed in Mexico?
I'm sure Brian will tell you the same. Problems only get bigger. the bigger the company, the bigger the problems, right? When you're small, it's like many of us probably have kids. When kids are small, well, you have kids problems, right? But then when they hit teenager years, oh my God, it's like, oh, now I have to deal with teen problems and then adult problems, right? So I think the challenge is still still very much, not very much the same, but along those lines. Number one, capital is a lot easier to come in right now. I mean, even though we're going through a very rough time as markets, it's a lot easier than it was 10 years ago. Right now, it's 100 times easier to get money than it was 10 years ago. The incumbents, they're still there, but I think in our case, pretty much we proved that we were much better, but we're still getting competition from other players. And the third piece is talent. In my view, talent and the access to talent is the number one inhibitor for startup growth. And there's not enough engineers, there's not enough product managers, there are not the designers, there are not data people that can help you build a company. And we're all fighting for that same talent. And that is the main, in my view, that is the main. COVID helped though, because it really opened the market, but that is the main challenge.
Bryn, Hobby became a unicorn in just 3 years. Was the timing just right there in terms of market conditions? And what made you realize the potential for prop tech specifically in Colombia?
Sure. So I think we were really lucky in terms of the time in the market that we started building, and then even the moment in which we got to this level of scale and are entering in this kind of investment winter, if you will. So there certainly was a lot of luck related to it. But I think first, why did we start Hobby? From a personal perspective, when I arrived to Colombia, as you can probably tell by my accent, I'm American, and I was born and raised and studied in the United States. And moved to Colombia after graduating from business school, having spent most of my education and my working life up till then focused in real estate and with a specific interest in residential. Moved to Colombia for what I thought would be a 2-year fun adventure and had planned to join McKinsey, which I did, but in looking for housing before moving there, I couldn't do it from the United States. I had to be on the ground in Bogota, living there to go visit apartments to find an apartment to live in. And that to me felt ridiculous. I was incredulous that I couldn't get accurate floor plans. I couldn't get any sort of information. And I recognized that I was very lucky to have access to so many resources that the average Colombian did not. And that just kind of sat in the corner of my brain while I went ahead and did consulting and started to kind of love my life living in Colombia. Ended up staying there for a longer period of time and continued to noodle on like why was it so bad there versus in the States where it functioned somewhat better. And then I was watching the development of these prop techs that were scaling so rapidly in the United States, fixing what felt so much more like convenience problems. And to give you a sense of the difference between the way that the markets work, for those of you who are familiar with the United States, Colombia and Mexico and most of the region have no MLS. The majority of homes are not listed online. The most common way to sell your home is to hang a phone number in the window. It's incredibly low trust. The best comp for what the experience is of transacting on a home is if in the United States you were to go buy a used car that you found on Craigslist and meet a stranger at night in the parking lot of a supermarket and like pay cash and like hope that the car is what they say that it is. And then wait, by the way, months and months and months for the paperwork to come through. It's hard to get purchase financing. It's almost impossible to get any sort of home equity line of credit. 80% of the value of homes in these markets is unlevered. So you have all of this wealth that is trapped in this illiquid, kind of opaque asset class, and the impact that that has on individuals and families is really drastic. So in short, like the status quo was a mess, and I became really focused on what are the ways in which we can utilize these advancements in technology that are changing things in the United States in the market here where it's much worse. And it all came together, honestly, because I was lucky enough to know my co-founder, Sebastian Noguera, who's a very well-known former operator in Colombia, was a co-founder of the largest online supermarket. He ran the digital transformation at Banco de Bogota, one of the large banks in Colombia, and considers himself an entrepreneur for life. Was going to start another business, and I basically was like, do something with me. There's so much to do in real estate. Like, I need you. Will you join me? And he, for whatever reason, agreed to. And we had this really lofty vision, which we still hold today, of empowering middle-class consumers in the largest financial decisions of their lives and doing so by building out the infrastructure to allow for a more efficient, transparent, and liquid residential market. And in order to be able to achieve that long-term goal, we decided to start in iBuying, where we're able to own the asset, control the customer experience on both sides, and then start to change habits in a market that is really low trust. And then this is a long way of saying the reason that I think we were able to grow really quickly and garner investor support at the pace at which we did is because we're solving a fundamental life-altering, society-altering problem around having empowering kind of access to information and liquidity in the largest financial asset that the majority of people will ever own and that have such an impact on the economy as a whole. We are doing it in a very differentiated way. We are building our own data asset by utilizing everything that exists in the market and literally manually building it out ourselves, and then leveraging technology that didn't exist in the past to do so and roll it out at scale. And I think that the belief that investors have is basically a huge fundamental problem, differentiated way of addressing it, and quality team is what allowed us to kind of get to where we are today really quickly. And I feel really, really lucky. There's a tremendous amount to still be done. I think unicorn status is a little bit of a silly thing in that people view it in a milestone in and of itself. I think it's nice because it keeps the team motivated. But for us, it's really like it just gives us more capital, which is fuel to deliver the mission and continue to build.
How do you see the business performing going forward in terms of the political transition that Colombia is going through, as well as credit conditions tightening overall now? You mentioned that your clients are making the largest financial decisions of their lives. How do you see that short-term scenario?
We remain really committed to the mission, which is, as I've said many times, and I say to my team many times every day, and they probably think I'm like a broken recorder, which is to offer information and liquidity to the middle class. We will do that no matter what happens. And in Colombia specifically, it was a democratic election. We respect the way elections work, and we will always work with all players in the ecosystem. So we work with brokers, we work with builders, we work with banks, we work with the government, including the Ministry of Housing, and we will continue to work with all key players in the ecosystem to deliver that mission at scale.
Perfect. Hernan, Mercado Libre is definitely a company with stories to tell in terms of pushing through crises. How would you sum up how you were able to focus on the long-term growth and not get bogged down with short-term challenges? What were the keys that enabled you to do that?
I think it's a company that always had a very strong long-term vision. And from the day Marcos Galperin came up with the idea and we started working on it, etc., I think that we always had a long-term vision. Obviously, we committed our fair share of mistakes. And when we got started, the company in '99, those were very abundant days. So we received significant capital, and the plan that we started deploying then maybe was a little bit ahead of its time. But there was always an idea of building something sustainable for the long run, being very focused. So a couple of examples. One is, again, we started in these abundant times, but then the dot-com bubble burst and everything became very challenging. And most of our competitors started to lose a significant portion of their talent. Those people were there because they liked it, but at the same time it was cool to be there at the time, and when it stopped being cool, they left. In the case of Mercado Libre, everyone stayed. By the way, you still have in the executive team many of those people that were there 23 years ago. So there was really a long-term commitment, a dream of building something with excellence from Latin America. So that is one thing that you can highlight. And then, fast forward a few years, the company started to do well, and it became successful, and lots of attractive opportunities came to the table. So why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? And individually, all of those kind of opportunities made sense, but it was very important for the long run to continue focused on we're building a marketplace to connect buyers and sellers. We want to complement that with a payments system. Eventually, the company evolved into credit, eventually evolved into having a terrific logistics network, but always very focused. And when they say, hey, why don't you build a search engine? That sounds attractive, but maybe it's not our game. Why don't you do this or that? And I think that part of the success of the company has been to remain ridiculously focused, which again, in many periods of time, when you look at it with the reality of those 12 months, it didn't seem to be the right decision, and long term has proven to be the right one.
And looking at Kazakh and your portfolio of companies that you've invested in, what are the conversations like in terms of the ones that we're thinking about maybe before 2022, an IPO? What are those conversations like now?
Yeah, an IPO is one milestone of a long series of milestones that you have to accomplish as a company. What it brings is, on the one hand, capital. And in this business, you're always investing for the future, so it's good to have access to capital. And on the other hand, I think it brings discipline, because once you're a public company, you need to disclose your numbers, you need to have certain practices. Obviously, your shares become liquid, so if you had early investors, those investors can eventually sell those positions. So it's a part of the story, but it's never the end of the story. And as you well said, several of our companies, we started investing out of Kazakh in 2011. So many companies by 2020, 21 were already at scale, solid businesses that could perfectly be public companies. Those companies, obviously, because of the current macro situation, decided not to go public. And they are just waiting a couple of years. Again, going back to what I was saying earlier, I'm sure that we're going to see several of those companies going public within the next 5 years. When will that exactly happen? I don't know. And in the meantime, those companies are working to hopefully become even better public entities when the right time comes.
I'd like to conclude with a couple of questions for all three of you again. Do you think, Bryn, starting with you, do you think Latin American startups have to think about Brazil and Mexico from the get-go, or is even that not enough? Do they have to think globally?
I think it really depends on the type of business that you're building. At Hobby, we could have and hope to have a multi-billion-dollar business in Colombia alone. That is a function of the magnitude of residential real estate as an asset class and the scope of kind of businesses that we're able to build serving that in the entire ecosystem that I talked about. And that is why, to your earlier question, despite kind of these macroeconomic shifts at the region level, the global level, or at the country level, we remain deeply committed to the long-term strategy that we have. And in Colombia specifically, even what we've seen over the last kind of 6 to 8 months, we are continuing to grow the team there, and we are committed to bringing hundreds of millions of dollars of investment into the country regardless. We did, as you know, because I mentioned we operate now across Colombia and Mexico, open up a second country. And the decision to do that was not, we need Mexico for investors to think that we're relevant. It was truly, what is the way in which we can most effectively deliver the services that we offer that change lives to the most number of people in a quick way. And for us, it was Colombia and Mexico are very fundamentally similar markets in the things that we need to scale Hobby. The residential housing market suffers from the same pain points around illiquidity, lack of transparency, lack of trust. Some of the financing dynamics are very similar. Socioeconomics are very similar for the clients that we're serving. So it made sense to open it at that moment in time, and from the competitive dynamic, it made sense to open it at that point in time. So that's the reason that we made the decision. I believe for at least the business in which I operate, which is really the only thing I'm qualified to opine on, and you have a much better view from an umbrella, we didn't have to. We did not have to open up one of those big markets. We decided to for other reasons, but it's really business dependent.
Hernan, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you can absolutely build a sustainable, growing, multi-billion-dollar business by just focusing on Brazil, by just focusing on Mexico. In Brazil, there are very evident cases like Nubank, like XP. If you take the business of Mercado Libre just within Brazil, that would be a very successful, sustainable, huge business. So certainly that has been proven in the case of Brazil. And as Adolfo said, Mexico is coming from behind, was a little bit of a laggard, but now it's there. So certainly I think you can build very successful business by focusing only on those countries.
Adolfo, are you mainly focusing on Mexico now?
Yeah, we're only focused on Mexico. I think it's, like Brian said, it's highly also dependent on the industry you're in. Payments, for example, there are only two real global payments companies in the world, Visa and MasterCard. Those are the only two global ones. Some others are regional or have a few operations in a few countries, but there are only two global ones. So, and it's because payments is usually highly local. It's highly localized, and we haven't seen yet a champion of multi-country payment in systems. So it really depends. That being said, I think in Latin America, in some extent, it's similar to Israel. We faced in Latin America, just like in Israel, and you're going to understand why I mentioned Israel, very unique challenges. In the case of Israel, for example, they have faced historically a security problem. And as a result, the best fraud management and security companies in the world come out of Israel. I think we're going to start seeing a similar dynamic from Latin America. In what way? Look, if you can solve a problem in Colombia, if you can solve a problem in Mexico, you can solve a problem probably anywhere in the world, okay? So, and we're starting to see that, for example, in identity management, okay? If you really are able to solve the identity management problems that we have in the region, you can really export that technology. In our case, for example, given the very unique dynamics of the payment systems in Mexico, you were able to solve the fraud on what is called card not present transactions in Mexico. We can solve that anywhere in the world, okay? And so my guess is that in the next few years, some of these locally focused companies that have been very successful, that got to scale, no matter the market, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, whatever, Argentina, they will be able to expand because of the very unique problems and the very unique challenges they were able to overcome, and that will apply to other geographies. That's my guess of what's going to happen in the next
We're
few
out
years.
of time, but just very briefly, one final question. Do you think it's time for Latin American startups to buckle up, cut costs, focus on efficiency, or is it still possible to focus on growth and scaling up?
No, I think it's still to focus on growth. That being said, and we don't have a lot of time, but look, a lot of money corrupts. Money corrupts. When you have a lot of money, it corrupts governments, it corrupts companies, and it corrupts funds, it corrupts everything, it makes everything bad. Last year, that's what happened. Everybody wanted to do everything, and everybody had a lot of money, and blah, blah, blah. Right now, focus is forcing everyone is to really focus. If you focus, you have a strong business, you have a good business model, a good team. This is what I was mentioning about the companies that are already strong. This is a very good time to grow, but grow methodically. Because last year, everybody got drunk with Fed money. This is what happened. And right now we have a huge hangover. That's basically what's happened. So I think it's still possible, methodically and mindfully.
I think it's a question of and, not or. So you need to grow and you need to be sustainable. If a tech company doesn't grow, it's worth zero. If a tech company doesn't make it to the other side of the shore, it will sink. So you need to do both things. The question is not whether to do both things, it's how you calibrate that in a way that you can keep on growing in a more sustainable way, so someone will either finance your business or you may reach profitability with the current capital structure that you have.
Marin, final comments?
I agree with both of those points. I think it's a question of responsible growth. And then I also think it really is an exciting opportunity. The mention of kind of the scarcity of talent. Now is a moment in which a lot of these companies who are the walking deads or those that it's just like a ticking time bomb till they go out, there's a lot of phenomenal talent who were drawn to those companies in this time of like rampant available liquidity. you can hire maybe some really excellent people. You can make M&A opportunistically. Like there's a lot of ways in which if you are in a position of strength, you can use that to your advantage during this time of uncertainty.
Okay, thanks very much, everyone. Thanks, Council of the Americas, for the opportunity.
Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will now be a 20-minute coffee break. The next panel will start promptly at 11:20 a.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as the next panel will start momentarily. Once again, at this time, we're going to ask everyone to please take your seats. The next panel will start momentarily. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The next panel will start momentarily. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to ask everyone to please take your seats. We will be getting started with the next panel in just a moment. Kindly take your seats. Thank you.
Bueno, che, qué buena la experiencia. Oh, me parece que ya estamos.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the program in just a moment. At this time, we're going to ask everyone to please take your seats.
La oferta definitiva en BCG.
Thank you. All right, please take your seats and welcome to the stage our 2022 Visionary Investors of the Decade, Hernan Kaza and Nicholas Sakasi, co-founders and managing partners of Kazakh, along with our moderator, Jorge Becerra, Emirates Senior Partner, Managing Director at Boston Consulting Group. Hernan and Nicholas will share Kazakh's vision for Latin America's tech landscape.
Good morning. I guess in true Latin American spirit, will give us 30 seconds more just to get started and get the doors closed, just to be in a more quiet environment. So good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us in this very open conversation with Hernan and Nicolas. I wouldn't go through the amazing credentials and background of both of them because they are on the program. They are also good friends of mine for many, many years. And I guess if you have been somehow attending these morning sessions, we have been trying to tackle the different lenses and perspectives of all the transformation that the world and Latin America is going through, from the geopolitical, the macroeconomic, from a banking perspective, and incumbents in many dimensions. And also now recently on the startups and the fintech that are really aiming to change not only the landscape, but the way of living and doing businesses. Undoubtedly, one driving force of these changes has been the investors, and in particular the VCs. And CASEC truly is a distinctive player and an engine of those changes. So we feel privileged and thankful to you too to share some of those stories that are behind the very impressive numbers in terms of scale and reach that they have been able to get. So thank you, Hernan and Nicolas, for that. But you may know this story that maybe one of those data points that start making your own journey, that started on the West Coast, on Stanford back in '99. And the story about joining Meli that we know has been so amazing in terms of learning and scaling up that business. But somehow you decided jointly by 2011, I guess, to do something different. When still most of an important part of that upside was yet to come. So we would like to know about what led you to think there might be a different approach to what Latin America could offer and the role that you both in this new role could play to that. So what was the genesis of that?
So it was 2005, 6, 7, and we were getting a lot of entrepreneurs knocking at our door at Mercado Libre. We were sitting with Hernan, and they were seeking advice, but also capital, which was not available in the region in any form at the time. So that sort of gave a signal that there was something out there that could be the next phase for, I was thinking that myself, and Hernan was thinking in parallel about the same, we were seeing the same dynamics that were in front of our eyes. But we had a lot of things that we had to finalize at Mercado Libre. So in 2007, we IPO'd on NASDAQ. That was the first from garage to NASDAQ story out of Latin America. And then 2008, we thought we would have a peaceful year with capital in the bank, but there was something called the financial crisis, and Lehman went under, and we all know that story. So it was very turbulent at the time, so we had to navigate through that. But by 2009, the company was in great shape. We were growing exponentially. Mercado Libre was, at the time, generating cash flow margins of something like 40%. We had no debt. So not only internally, but also externally, everything seemed to look very positive. And it seemed to be a good time to think about the next phase. And it was inspired, on the one hand, on what I was describing. We were perceiving that there was scarcity of capital, but we also had a passion for identifying, mentoring, financing, and supporting entrepreneurs. And we were thinking what would be the best way to get this achieved. So I was the first one that moved out of Mercado Libre. It was a very hard decision because at the time we were not only partners and colleagues, but we were very close friends with many of the members of the team, and we still are. But I had this impulse and this desire, personal desire, to move on and begin to test the waters as an investor. Of course, it was a transition, and there was no proof that we would be successful at doing this because we had been entrepreneurs and operators for more than a decade. But it seemed to be the right time to do that. And just to wrap up on this, I spent about a year by myself doing angel investments and identifying the opportunity and leading the rounds. And I would put part of the capital, but then I would go to Hernan and Marcos Galperin and many of the other friends from Mercado Libre for them to provide the rest of the capital. So I began to test the waters by doing that. And I was very fortunate that about a year later, Hernan decided to pursue also something different and was in the process of leaving Mercado Libre, and we connected, and it was very evident in a minute that the way to do what I was doing was to structure a fund and do this professionally and make this the next phase of our careers and lives, because this is the only thing that we will do until somebody kicks us out.
And Hernan, what we understand from the outside is that in this vision to really identify, let's say, high potential entrepreneurs and founders, you were projecting your own sense of entrepreneurship, and you wanted to somehow expand that successful spirit in Latin America. So in your statement of CASEC, this is very evident. How that initial vision and promise to create that sense of fellowship that is not necessarily typical of a traditional VC, you believe may make CASEC somehow distinctive VC with focus on Latin America, with that sense of, I wouldn't say coziness, but mentoring and support and warm support for the entrepreneurs and the ventures that you have funded?
Yeah, I think that's a great question because on the one hand, as Nicolas said, we clearly saw that opportunity that for us was very, very evident, but it took 10 years to be proven. But then on the other hand, we wanted to add kind of a different angle to this, which is exactly what you're describing. We from the get-go, we want to see ourselves as entrepreneurs partnering with founders, not as investors deploying capital. And obviously, we do deploy capital, but the idea was to really bring, the concept of partnership and using our operation experience as a significant value add to those companies. And I think we've done that very well. If you see how the first deals came into CASEC, it was because, these are the Mercado Libre guys, so they have relevant experience. And today, many of the young entrepreneurs don't even know the story about Mercado Libre, but they go because of what they heard from fellow entrepreneurs that have told them, hey, the guys from CASEC have really been helpful and have been there in the tough times, and they are the first call I place when on Sunday night I have a challenge. So I think we built that reputation, and that's what, as Nicolas was saying, what we really enjoy doing, kind of connecting with the entrepreneurs and building this long-term relationship. And that is also why we put so much emphasis on the teams when we make an investment decision.
And if I may complement that, one thing that we designed from the beginning was to structure a layer of services that we offer to the companies, which is something that nobody was doing, and I think nobody's doing in the region in the way that we do. So we identified that a founder that is in the very early days of the journey has two main pain points. One is everything around that has to do with growth. So we have a team that sits down when a company has a blank sheet and is beginning to develop the product and is trying to find fit with a market, and they help with everything that has to do with technology, product, marketing, distribution, and even when the companies are more mature, we continue to offer that same level of support and service. And the other one is people. So mostly we have developed a recruiting arm within CASEC that helps the companies as they begin to put together their teams. And it is not only that, we provide support on everything that has to do with how do you define compensation, stock option plans, performance reviews, and everything that a startup needs. And this has been really, really highly regarded by the companies. The NPS on these services is super high.
That's great. For those that we have been exposed to Latin American, let's say, growth opportunities or regionalization, Brazil has always been at the center of those opportunities and many of the failures for those that were coming outside Brazil. That was not your experience or your case in terms of the success that you have found through investment in Brazil and continue to have. What was the special formula or approach that was useful to you on that one?
Should I take it? So, as you're saying, Mercado Libre became very successful throughout Latin America, but particularly in Brazil. And Mercado Libre, for a few months last year, was the highest market cap company in Latin America, ahead of Petrobras and Vale and Telmex and all of these very large players. Today, that is not the case, but it is right there, and probably it will be again in some point in the future. And I wish we had a secret formula, but probably we cannot offer that. And when we reflect on why Mercado Libre was successful, and then we can talk about other companies as well, I would say just two things. One is very crystal clear long-term vision and long-term planning and patience, and then relentless, flawless execution with a local flavor, bringing on board the most talented local team members in Brazil that would think local and act local. But I would rely very much on this second part of the answer, which is a lot of planning and a lot of operations and execution. And we see a lot of failures because we see improvisation. We see companies that just go and plant a flag, but they don't have the commitment, they don't apply the resources, they don't prioritize the opportunity, they don't understand the challenges and the risks. So Mercado Libre would be a great example. Yeah. Hernan mentioned in the prior panel Nubank, and maybe it's a different story because it's not a company that was coming from another country, but it was a founder that was coming from Colombia and had been in Brazil for 2 years and managed to build from scratch what will likely be the largest bank in Latin America, and it's by far the largest digital bank in the world. And there are a bunch of companies from our portfolio like Nuvem Shop, which is a software that empowers merchants to go from offline to online. And it's a team that started in Argentina and is by far the leader in the category in Brazil. And the pattern is always clear vision and flawless execution.
That's great. But that would somehow open the question, given this successes and this track record, on what is next. I don't know, Hernan, you have a vision, you too, for the 3.0 of CASEC, where there are so many dimensions, both in terms of keeping the focus that you have on Latin America or eventually expanding, keeping somehow the openness to different sectors, and even the depth of support that you bring to the different entrepreneurs. It's an emerging vision for what might be next for you?
Yeah, I think it's a constant conversation that we have with Nicolas and the rest of the team. I think in this first decade, we've been able to sit at the table where the top VCs sit worldwide. And the kind of returns we produced so far are really at that level, top globally. But on the one hand, part of that essence, part of that culture is what needs to remain unchanged. On the other hand, what brought us to this table might not be what we need to execute in the next decade, so we remain in that table, right? And there are a few things that we are adjusting. Some of the progress is very natural. So for instance, at the beginning, we only had an early stage fund that was investing in companies at the seed stage or the Series A stage, and then eventually following up in a couple of rounds. And then we created a second vehicle that complements that is called the Opportunity Fund, and continues investing in later stage rounds of the original early stage portfolio. Recently, we started for the first time buying public shares. So because of what happened in the market, we believed that Nubank and Meli became very attractive opportunities long term, and we decided to underwrite that, not thinking about we buy it now and sell it tomorrow, but we buy now and sell it in 5-7 years with the kind of VC return that we're looking for. So those are the things that we've been adapting, but there are other things that we might need to consider. I think the most important one is, as we were answering in your first couple of questions, part of what we did was to bring this operational expertise into the companies and partnering with the entrepreneurs, and most of that was done because the two of us were directly involved with the entrepreneurs, and that was totally fine when we had a portfolio of 30 companies. Now we have a portfolio of 100 companies, and probably will be a portfolio of 120 companies. You need to start scaling, and I think that's the piece that obviously we're adding significant talent into the organization, and today it's no longer Nicolás Hernán, it's Nicolás and Hernán and Santiago, and there are Nicolás and Andy and Mariana and Angie. So we do have a team that has grown and is adding significant value, but we need to keep on thinking about how we adjust the model to ensure that we deliver on that we put so much pressure on when we talk with entrepreneurs, that is, you need to scale.
In thinking about the trajectory of both the digital opportunities in Latin America, there was any special moment in that process, either in focusing not only in Brazil or Argentina at the beginning, in terms of one country emerging as an additional unseen opportunity, or a phenomenon, like I think we mentioned about the mobile accessibility that trigger and make you think differently or more aggressively? Any milestone on that one? Yeah.
So I can answer the first one, and you answer the second one. So since the days of Mercado Libre, Argentina and Brazil were really emerging at a very fast pace. And we were always doing our plans for Mexico, and it was always disappointing. Things were not happening at the same rhythm as the rest of Latin America that was growing exponentially. So this is 20 years ago, and then 15 years ago, and 10 years ago. And when we started with CASEC, we were looking at pipeline throughout the continent. And in the first couple of funds, Mexico was underrepresented. And we were always trying to understand, and we had a lot of hypotheses. And Adolfo, in the prior panel, mentioned something about the cost of accessing telecoms and things like that were much tougher, and they were a barrier in Mexico. But that has been an incredibly positive surprise that we have been witnessing through CASEC, how in the last few years that ecosystem started to really develop. And once you have the first elements, you have a few entrepreneurs that are very successful, and the companies does well, and they raise capital, and then you have some people that leave those companies and start their own companies. And now you have in Mexico an ecosystem that is a little bit behind Brazil in maturity, and of course it's a smaller country relative to Brazil, but that it allows companies to just operate in the country and potentially become multi-billion-dollar businesses and IPO in the US. So that has been remarkable, and it's very exciting.
That's great.
On the second point, Jorge, I think that obviously when we began 23 years ago, internet penetration was 3%. It was all dial-up, so we had to wait for that penetration to grow. And it was growing all the time. It never, ever stopped. Not even in the worst crisis it stopped. But the pace was linear. So you were growing from 3% to 4%. So like this, obviously, broadband became a thing, and the kind of usability that broadband user had versus the dial-up user was totally different. And that started to grow. Cost of broadband was going down. So again, it was a constant linear evolution up until mobile internet. And I think that transformed the region entirely. It did not happen one day to the next, but as mobile smartphones became available and data plans became more affordable, that changed significantly the dynamic of everything, and it had a dual impact. On the one hand, it increased penetration significantly, so many people that didn't have any kind of relationship with a computer at all suddenly had a very powerful computer at hand. And then the other thing is that those devices were connected with a very decent broadband connection, available 24/7. So the number of use cases multiplied exponentially, and then we saw an inflection point. And that created critical mass in almost all of the markets. And in technology, it's a game of economies of scale. So the cost of serving 100 users or the cost of serving 100,000 users is not very different, but obviously the return that you can have if you have 100,000 users versus 100 users is very different. And now today, you do have critical mass in all markets, and that's why a few years ago it was crazy to think of, I don't know, a tech startup beginning in Peru, and today you do have that, and that business can be sustainable by just operating in that market.
It's amazing. The initial sort of maybe your own capital and then Hernan and some friends and family was the start, but obviously after 2 billion or more than 2 billion raised and the 7 funds, the breadth and depth of your LPs or your partners in funding this has enriched in many dimensions. Any characterization of their relationship with those either institutional or unexpected partners to you and how they trusted you in their becoming an important vehicle for them to invest in Latin America?
Yeah, so first fund, you don't have any track record. So it was Hernan and I, and then we went to our Mercado Libre colleagues, and then we went to some of the investors in Mercado Libre, and then we went to Silicon Valley, and we talked to people that had not invested in Mercado Libre but knew as well. And some of the funds there, they have partners, capital that they can deploy. And towards the very end, we added a few institutional investors, but it was mostly a very sophisticated group of friends and family. The first fund was $100 million in 2011. The last fund from 2021 was $1 billion. So the delta has been mostly, this $900 million, mostly endowments and nonprofits. And this is by design. We really work very hard to convince the university endowments of many of these philanthropic institutions that have capital that they want to multiply over long term to invest in us. We gain trust because we have been reporting to them the results of the first funds, and they have been very solid and at the very, very top of the ranks globally. So that gained confidence. But of course, we have also been meeting with the principals there over the years, and they had gotten to know us and our team, and there's a lot of reciprocal trust. But the reason why we designed the fund like this is that we want to put a lot of pressure on ourselves. If you do not perform, if you do not return, there's a scholarship there that you're not allowing the institution to fund, or there is a philanthropic cause that will not have the resources for its needs. So it puts a lot of healthy pressure on us, and also creates a lot of pride in our team that we are working for great causes, and if we do well, great causes will do well. So that is by design, and we managed to do that because in our fundraisers we always have material excess demand versus the size of the funds. And in early stage venture, sometimes if you want to raise $1 billion and you have 5 or 10 billion of demand, that can be a temptation to raise more, but it would be a very bad mistake because it would totally and completely derail us from our strategy. We will lose focus. We will have abundance of capital, and scarcity is always a good formula for this industry.
That's amazing, because the following question was regarding how, given as many other investors are doing, you are using, let's say, ESG criteria to either select or, in addition to other investment criteria, use it for the companies that you select, and maybe self-imposed by your own view on what ESG means and how you could impact the region on that one. I haven't thought that another way of self-imposing would be the highest possible performance that those type of investors would require. So that's interesting. But Hernan, what might be the applicability today of ESG criteria, if any, on the investment process?
I think we're all becoming more and more sensitive to it, but we always say that within the tech industry and the kind of businesses we support, that was implicitly there all the time, because the kind of businesses we invest in first are not digging the earth and polluting anything. By the way, in many cases, they're trying to be a solution to that. So it's very natural. All the founders automatically comply to that. And it was interesting when in the last couple of fundraisings that we did receive kind of a questionnaire around that. And first we do, what the heck do we do with this? And then when you go through the questions, it's check, 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 because that's something that automatically happens in this industry. Having said that, there are very interesting businesses that are emerging in the region that are tackling directly that around clean tech, waste management, alternative sources of energy that are sustainable and do not contaminate. So it's happening very naturally, and again, I think it's an industry, when we talk about the development of a region, we think that the more you can help this ecosystem grow, the more kind of tangential benefits you will get, second wave benefits that you don't even think about, but they are happening.
That's interesting. One of the traditional, what they call clásicos populares of this development in Latin America has been, I wouldn't say the fight, but the confrontation between incumbents and attackers, and newcomers and established companies. You are somehow on the edge of creating that, not tension, but at least the support to most of the newcomers. But at the same time, you've seen that most of the incumbents have realized that they need to do something just to catch up or transform themselves. And some of them have created their own, BC type of corporate initiatives. The reality, unfortunately, is that most of those are not being successful. How do you see the opportunity for them to do something different and do it better, and or to be a more, let's say, active and participant of an ecosystem that you are creating on that? Any possible either relationship, alliances, or even learnings from you to them?
When you started the question, I thought you were going to go in a different direction, which was incumbents versus attackers. So I'll answer that very briefly. And our view is that most of the startups can gain share from incumbents, and that is part of what they do. But the most relevant is they really expand the markets and create the markets. And if Nubank has 60 million accounts, it's not that Itaú and Bradesco and the rest have lost them. It's 60 million new individuals that have access to credit and to a number of financial products. And the same happens in every other sector. So probably there's a little bit of market share gain, but it's mostly inclusion and expansion and gain. And then on the corporate VC, we see two types in the market. Ones that want to operate as VCs, and they are very neutral, and they just want to be exposed to some sectors, so maybe they are more focused than ourselves, that we can look into any type of opportunity. But they do not expect any strategic rights or any special treatment, and they don't want to distort the cap table in any way, and they just deploy capital, and they want to be supporting and be close to the company. And those are accretive, and those work well, and the founders like to work with them, and those are the few. Then most of the corporate VCs say they will behave like this, but then it is never like that. There's always small print, there's always something there, they always want something down the road for them, and in most cases the founders only take them when they don't have any other alternative. If not, they would rather have a traditional VC that aligns incentives fully.
Yeah. We will be running out of time, but I'll make two quick questions, and hopefully you'll get quick or concise reactions. One, I think during the morning in the conversations there was quite a bit of expectations on what the next 12, 18, 24 months would bring to the landscape in terms of many startups that would be running out of capital or would need to really rethink deeply what they do. And the opportunity that would bring to other players in terms of buying them, and there would be M&A on that one, and also on the talent. Many consultants leaving the traditional firms going to work with these startups and then realizing that the IPO that would make them rich would not be necessarily there in many, and they would be willing to come to other type of jobs. How you as CASEC are thinking about, let's say, approaching this next period in terms of M&A opportunities and or picking up some talent that would be available?
Yeah, I think the internal joke that we have is that when you talk to entrepreneurs today, they all tell you, I will not go to the market until 2024. So suddenly in 2024, we're going to have 100 million entrepreneurs going at the same time to raise capital. So let's see what happens then. But no, I think in reality, what will happen is a little bit of what you were describing. Some companies make sense. Maybe they are building a feature that adds value. But as a standalone company, it may need 5, 7, 10 years to really become sustainable, and nobody is willing to finance that business for so long. And in those cases, then you may decide, you know what, let's acquire this company. I think it's a time when we're going to see more concentration, the larger players acquiring those companies that make sense, and when you put them under an umbrella that has several other things, then that feature becomes accretive the minute after you integrate it. Yeah. You don't need to wait those 5, 7, 10 years. So that will happen. The other play that some investors are exploring is consolidation. So maybe you have, I don't know, within the restaurant industry, a player that does ERP, a player that does CRM, a player that does payment, a player that does lending, and individually they all make sense. But again, they don't have enough critical mass. If you can combine them and define that there are significant synergies, there might be something there. And then the last thing is exactly what you said. Some of those companies will not make it, and that will open the market for talent that is well-trained to be captured by others. And we've heard in the prior panel that talent continues to be a challenge globally in the tech industry. And I think that will create, I don't know, those people we will somehow recycle into better companies and eventually will add more value long term.
The last 30 seconds for each of you, and we'll put the disclaimer that this is not a formal investment advice, but you would expect that this audience would be, in a juicy manner, interested to know your own either excitement or views on specific sectors in the region, those sectors that you are considering or have invested or are more positive regarding the opportunities that it will bring, what those sectors would be.
So I would say what we do is invest for the very, very long term. So we don't care so much about what happens every quarter, semester, or year, and there's going to be volatility. But two areas where we have been investing a lot over the last few years, one is fintech, and there are some layers that have to do with consumer or corporate, but increasingly we're seeing infrastructure plays, so companies that are providing banking as a service or open banking are building the rails of the next generation that will allow a lot of non-financial companies to provide financial services. And then Hernan touched a little bit on some of the investments we're doing in climate tech. And there are a number of investments there. Very early on, we invest in entrepreneurs. So what we do is read the market through what the entrepreneurs are voting with their time and with their money, what they want to do. And over the last couple of years, we have been seeing a wave of founders that have been focusing on some of these spaces. And these are for-profit companies. They expect to build multi-billion-dollar companies, but doing good for the planet. And maybe just to double, you said 30 seconds, but just to double click, we invested in Brazil in a company called Musa, which is in the waste management space. We had an analyst from our team that brought the opportunity and they sent it to us, and we were commenting on Hernan, on our chat, who did we hire, what is she sending to us to consider this waste management, we're a technology fund. And it's amazing. It's a marketplace that connects those that produce waste with those that transporters that retrieve the waste, and it goes to a recycling center, and from there, part is recycled and then is sold as raw material to the industry. And there's a lot of tech involved there. These are marketplaces, traditional marketplaces, dynamic. So very, very exciting company. We invested early, but there are many others in this same segment.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Hernan and Nicolas. It has been an amazing journey for you and a lot of learning for us. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Jorge.
Gracias, increíble.
Buenísimo, muchas gracias.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now kicking off our conversations surrounding Latin America's ESG agenda. Please welcome to the stage Brian Burlingame, CEO of Jeffrey Group, and the moderator of our next panel on the role of the private sector as a champion for climate action, featuring Fernando Gonzalez, CEO of Cemex, Eric Loeb, Executive Vice President of Government Affairs for Salesforce, Juan Carlos Mora, CEO of Ban Colombia, and Amy Barnes, Head of Climate and Sustainability Strategy for Marsh.
Good job, good job.
Great. Over the mic. All right. Good afternoon, buenas tardes, boa tarde, everyone. My name is Brian Burlingame. I'm from Jeffrey Group. I'm the CEO of Jeffrey Group. We are a corporate reputation, communications, and public affairs consultancy. It's my honor and pleasure to be here today with all of you. So just to kick us off, despite the mountain of scientific evidence, despite the dire warnings from the UN and scientific bodies, and lots of NGOs across the world, climate change continues to be somewhat of an abstract concept for many people. Not for us here in South Florida, who are very familiar with king tides, not for the people in California and the West Coast who experience drought and fires, not for the Paraguayan soybean farmers who lost 2 million tons of their product in 2021 due to drought, not for the people of Bahia, Minas Gerais in Brazil, who had $3 billion worth of damages due to extreme rainfall, and not for the 8 million people in El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Guatemala who have food insecurity due to climate change. But this panel is not about activism, it's about action. We're a long way from the thinking from 50 years ago that companies' greatest responsibility is to deliver profits for their shareholders. We now know that that's a lot more nuanced today. So with us today on the panel, we have 4 leaders and influencers from the private sector from different industries who are and have been at the forefront of climate action in the private sector. And they have many valuable insights to share. We have Amy Barnes, Head of Climate and Sustainability Strategy for Marsh, a leading global insurer and risk advisor operating in 130 countries. Fernando Gonzalez, CEO of CEMEX, a global leader in vertically integrated heavy building materials with 46,000 employees and nearly $15 billion in revenue. Eric Loeb, Executive Vice President of Government Affairs at Salesforce, a leader in cloud-based software, analytics, and business solutions, as well as a leader in stakeholder capitalism. And Juan Carlos Mora, CEO of Bancolombia, a leading financial institution with 30,000 employees and nearly 150 years supporting economic development in South and Central America, and last year's 2021 Bravo Business Award CEO of the Year. So welcome back.
Thank you.
So I'd like to begin by exploring why. Why is this topic of ESG and climate action important for your companies? Why do you think it should be important for others? Amy, let's start with you.
So this is actually a really hard question to answer when we've had so many eloquent speakers on the stage already who've committed to this journey. Like the people in this room don't need to be convinced. But I think it's still helpful to go back to the 2 fundamental questions that we're trying to answer. We're trying to answer what's the impact that our organizations have on the climate, and what's the impact that the climate could have on our organizations. The first is the transition risk, and as we think about that, the challenges that companies face with the technology shifts, the regulatory hurdles they're going to have to navigate, there's a huge amount of risk in that landscape. But we also spend a lot of time in the physical space. You talked about some of the tragedies, economic, but more importantly, the human tragedies that people are feeling as a result of the changing climate and the physical risk. And I think it's really important that we understand that, and we understand it in a far more nuanced way than we have in the past. In the past, when we thought about climate risk and the physical risk of climate change, we've really thought about what's the impact on my asset, on the assets that I own and operate. But it's far more complex than that. We have to think about our entire enterprise value. So how could climate affect my supply chain? How could climate affect the infrastructure on which I rely? We're publishing a paper on Monday in advance of COP that looks at the impact of climate change on the Suez Canal. And as I was telling someone about that yesterday, they said, yeah, the Panama Canal in this region is also suffering from insufficient water. So one of our major trade routes is being impacted by climate change. We're in the US, where the Mississippi River is currently 21 feet or 7 meters lower than its normal water level, which means farmers can't get their crops out of the ground. So we need to think about that physical risk far more than just the impact on the land itself, but there's a huge amount of infrastructure on which we depend. And for that, we also need to collective action, so we need to understand it and start managing it, because there needs to be a lot of regulatory advocacy and collaboration. So there's some of the reasons we're focused on that.
Thank you. And Fernando, you've had to consider a lot of these factors in the transition of your business, which is heavily based on natural resources. What was your process like in this transition?
Well, I think let me start by saying, you were asking why. Why? Because we need to keep the planet, as simple as that. But if I ask another 6 or 7 times why, I do find many reasons. The economy is evolving into a circular green economy. So we are speaking about climate action, we're speaking about circular economy because we are not there yet, but we will be there at some point in time. And the transition is about doing it effectively, finding the ways to do it, assuring that you can be effective and that you can create value in the process of this reduction of CO2 in your whatever the business activity you're in. In our case, being a cement company is this hard to abate level or type of industries together with other industries. But what we have found through time, and through time I'm referring to perhaps 2-3 years, because climate change has been out there for decades, but I like the way you put it. Climate action is much newer. So in the last 2-3 years, what we found out is that the products we produce are essential for society. We need to continue building houses, hospitals, roads, whatever. The same way we need to continue eating and we need to continue moving. So it's essential. But there are ways for us to eliminate CO2 production while producing these products. We still cannot do it 100%, but we are reducing, or we are in our way to reduce 40%, which is a lot, with current available processes, materials, technologies, and the likes. So I cannot enter into very specific issues in the industry because it will take the rest of the day. But the message I want to convey is on the number of whys. There is one that is very important nowadays. Businesses are evolving into this circular and green economy. If you, as a business, want to continue seeing inflows of investors, customers, potential employees, you better do your job.
Yes, that's exactly where I was hoping we get to, and we can turn to Juan Carlos from Bancolombia. You've gone through this process internally, and you deal with this process externally as well. So what has that been like for your organization?
Thank you, Brian. It's very good to be back here in this meeting. We started this process back in 2008, in 2008. And we started as a risk assessment because since that time we were aware that climate change was going to affect the assets or credits that we have. And we start from there moving forward. And what we now are realizing is that we are enablers for the transition. And Amy and Fernando mentioned transition, and that's key. But it's a transition that we all know where we want to be. The point is, how are we going to be there? And banks are particularly important in being part of that transition and how we accelerate that transition in an ordered manner, because we cannot just jump, and because that's going to affect the society at the end. So the big challenge is how we move fast enough, but on an organized manner. And banks there are, I think, key on working together with companies on moving or advancing on that path. Because we need to act, and that's the whole point. You mentioned in your introduction, still there are some people that don't believe that something is happening. I don't know why, but there are still some people that think that, like that. The point is how we move in a coordinated manner to action, because it's the only way. We all have to act. And banks play a role there, coordinating those actions and moving. And the other thing that we need to realize that this is going to be painful. We need to pay for this, and it's going to cost us, and we need to be able and willing to invest, and sometimes not just invest, is to make some sacrifices.
Yeah.
Because the goal is so important, but we need to do it on a coordinated way.
Yeah. Well, let's come back to the financing of that, because I have some questions for you on that. But I want to give Eric a chance here. Speaking of moving fast and helping companies, how do you create a data culture within companies that supports these sustainability goals?
Well, thanks, Brian. And I think the question of why was answered so well, which is if we don't have a planet, we don't have a business. So that's the ultimate stakeholder in stakeholder theory, right? It's the planet. The question of data culture, so certainly within Salesforce, I hope there's not a challenge to create a data culture. But it's an interesting jump from what we have traditionally done working with all of our partners in this we're all in it together moment. The data that we would think of traditionally that you need for accountability, transparency, and action, that might be your relationship with your customers or other stakeholders, it's equally true with action on the planet. So if you do not have a clear and easy and accountable and transparent view of what your impact is, then how are you going to move towards the solutions? And so that's just a very fundamental part. So for what it's worth, and thinking through the steps that Salesforce has gone through, there have been really 3 component parts of data culture. The first would be around having clear, actionable information so that you can move on your journey towards being a net zero company. And I say it with humility because it's equally important for the easier to abate companies like a software company and the harder to abate. And we have to all help each other on this journey. We're all in it together. We found our way towards this through our own challenges in having quick and actionable information. So we created something that now has become Net Zero Cloud, which is a much more automated way through Scope 3 emissions to be able to see what your inputs are so that you can take remedial action on it. And after we had solved that for ourselves, realized this might be something very helpful for all of the organizations, both in the public and private sector that we work with, because it's such an important journey for everybody. So that's the first part. The second part for us has been sharing this information externally, so it's not just internal. That's part of accountability, is the transparency part. So even though we have had this discussion on the stage throughout the day that ESG is getting a bit of political volatility right now, as a company that has been in the stakeholder capitalism motion for 23 years of our existence, we're deeply committed to this. So we do issue a stakeholder impact report annually, audited by an outside firm so that we can put the information of our performance out for others to see as well. And the third part, very important for driving accountability and using data, is tying executive compensation to your most important ESG commitments, which Salesforce has now done. And it applies at the executive vice president level and above to drive that accountability so that the executive bonuses are tied to performance against those committed metrics. And so just an example on the sustainability front, the metrics that we're focused on this year is reduced travel and also increased success at having our suppliers sign our supplier addendum to help with our commitment through Scope 3.
Great, thanks. Amy, coming back to you, and building off of what Eric just said, your firm assesses risk and counsels clients for the types of challenges that may face. What are you seeing as the major challenges, building off of what Eric had said?
Do I get the rest of the time?
No, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
So I think it comes back to the point that you made about capital. There's a piece about risk, but if given I have 2 minutes and 30 seconds, talk about insurance. The capital that's being deployed in the insurance space has increasingly and very significantly committed to net zero by 2050. And so insurers, and more than 30 insurers globally have committed to having zero carbon in their underwriting portfolios by 2050. Means that capital and insurance capital, and for those of you that aren't familiar with the insurance world, we're really the lubricant of the financial industry. Buildings don't get built, aeroplanes don't fly, hospitals don't run without insurance. And there's a real risk that some of the most carbon-intensive industries will really struggle to access capital in the future as those insurers start to decarbonize their portfolio. So there's a very tangible insurance implication. And banks are looking at that, at the potential of having stranded assets if they're offering mortgages against assets that may not be insurable in the future. Anybody making any sizable investment is now really asking us the question, will capacity be available in 5, 10, 15, 20 years to support this investment? Now, it's not all doom and gloom. That as businesses decarbonise and as they can evidence that decarbonisation, capital is more willing to support that because capital does recognise that it's not this isn't a band-aid we can rip off. It is a journey. Then on the risk side, which is where we tend to start, helping clients identify the risk of new technologies, of some of these prototypical technologies or technologies that are being used in a different way than they have been in the past. How could they impact things? So if we think about anything from looking at new types of protein, there may be factories that are used to processing beef that are now looking at lab-grown meat that may be using heat in different ways, that may have different liabilities. And so risk can attach at so many different parts in the value chain, both as you transition, and then I think it's probably fairly obvious the physical risk is an area that we spend a lot of time helping clients assess how they may be impacted by changing clients and shortfalls in capital. So you guys probably don't read the insurance press, but if you were reading the insurance press, you'd see the impact of Ian is meaning that in the US, capacity for natural catastrophe events is going to become quite restricted in the following years as capital is saying there's too much volatility in North America. Now that's a particularly North American phenomenon. We're not going to see it so much in Europe or in LAC, but we need to be really aware that insurance isn't always going to be a backstop for some of these hazards. So how are people thinking about funding those and building their resilience so that if events do happen, their organizations are able to defend themselves against and get back up and running as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Well, let's stick on the finance topic for just a moment here. This morning in the CEO roundtable, Ashley Grease invoked the name of BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. And certainly the investment parameters have changed greatly. One, can you talk to us about that and how you evaluate investments and the way that you advise clients that are looking to fund their projects?
Yeah, things have been evolving very rapidly, and it was unthinkable 5 years ago to be talking about investments with the ESG criteria. And now that it's pretty much incorporated on an everyday business. But still, there is a lack of standardization. There is not a clear measure on how really those investments could be compared. So that what I see is very good intentions, but at the end it's difficult unless we have a common standard. And that's not there yet because of different aspects, different jurisdictions, but we are moving on that direction. Regulators are starting to create the framework. In the case of the banking industry, the SEC is starting to look at this, and it will create a legal framework. And I think that's the way to go, because we have evolving very well, but we need to really go deeper on this situation and standardize the way to measure and really have a classification on to be clear where you are investing and the type of projects you are doing. In our case, we have a standard that we have been developing for a while, but it's difficult to compare with other institutions and with other geographies, and that's, for me, that's key. At the end, investors don't know if they are really investing in what they want to invest, right, because of the lack of standardization and clear information.
Right. Well, this seems like something you could comment on, Eric. Is there a pathway to standardization? I know that Salesforce announced a net zero marketplace, and the whole idea of carbon credits is kind of vague for most people. Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, it's interesting. The carbon credits sometimes take on critique because people say, you're not doing enough on your emissions reduction, so it's just greenwashing. And I'd say that the starting point to frame that conversation is it's all of the above. You need to take all of the actions because the formula is, yes, of course, emissions reductions are critical, but carbon sequestration is critical. You need both. You need to do both. And it is a pathway on emissions reductions. Some can do it quick, some it will take longer. And during that pathway, the offsets, the investments in high quality, accountable, carbon sequestration, carbon sinks is also part of it. So there is a part of the formula is the carbon credit marketplace. You mentioned the net zero cloud marketplace, which Salesforce did launch. And part of the thought there was recognizing, although as a company we have a number of sustainability experts who know nature-based solutions and can assess whether it's a blue carbon ocean sink or a forestry sink or one that is helping a local or indigenous community make its investments, most organizations don't have that. And so we decided that one of the things a technology platform can do is remove friction in the lack of knowledge. To pair up, for example, a great ecopreneur that does not have access to people who would make financing and investment, or one who needs to make investment who does not know how to find that high integrity location. And so we've launched this place where there's a platform easy to access and say, I've done my carbon accounting. I know that based on where I am, I need a high integrity offset to be able to easily find it and then support a location and organization. So the answer is you can't just do one or the other. Both are part of the formula, and I hope increasingly that mindset is understood.
Thank you. Fernando, Siemens has also been a leader in linking financial assets and ESG goals. Can you share some of the initiatives that your company has done to create financial tools that help propel climate action?
Yes, basically the base of the strategy is defining a framework, a sustainable or sustainability financing framework. We did it like a couple of years ago, and then it's communicated openly, and we work with institutions, banks, investors under that criteria. It is conceptually very simple, meaning you start making the availability and the cost of, for instance, credits dependent on your sustainable, or the progress you are doing in your commitments on sustainability. In our case, we started using, and I suppose through time this will, evolve, hopefully, to a more complete and sophisticated scheme. But the basis are very simple. We produce a number of kilos of CO2 per ton of cement, period. And we have a commitment to reduce it. By 2030, it's 475 kilos. And there is a target per year. If we achieve the target, we will have an X cost in our financing. If we don't achieve it, it's going to be more expensive. If we speed up the process and we start achieving those targets before the time we committed, then the cost of the financing will go lower. 3 basic indicators: CO2 per ton of cement, percentage of green and renewable electricity used in our production systems, and one variable that is very specific to cement, which is the level of use of alternative fuels with high contents of biomass. And the other 2 are kind of simple to understand. The third one needs a little bit of explanation. In the case of our industry, because of the characteristics of the process, it happens that we can recover the energy content that we produce in our own waste. So instead of landfilling our waste, which basically you are landfilling energy that is going to produce methane, while this landfill and methane produces CO2 and all that process, we can recover that. And we can substitute primary fuels with this type of waste. So the more waste we use instead of primary fuels, with the condition of high levels of biomass content, waste in average has about 50% of biomass content. is very positive, not just for the planet, but it's very positive for business. And let me elaborate on this example. Europe, which is, in my opinion, the continent that has lots of progress on aligning the economy to the idea of a circular one, they have had waste directives already for decades. In summary, our highest production cost in a linear economy, which is primary fuels, in that economy is an income. Of course, we need to make investments to be able to use, but this is an example, and that's why we included in this financing scheme. This is an example of how moving forward into a circular economy can make serious changes in your business, as serious as converting your highest cost into an income stream.
That's fascinating. And just to give us a little kind of behind the scenes insight, so you mentioned this, the cost of financing kind of drove these goals. Is there anything else involved, any other stakeholders that you took into consideration when you developed these kind of innovations? And how are you communicating them to your stakeholders?
Well, we have a full strategy on climate action. The question you were addressing was specific on financing schemes, and that's, my answer was, we do have a framework that is specific, basic, and it's one that we are already using when relating with the financial institutions we work. But the whole strategy has a number of elements, including the financial ones, but there are some others. You were mentioning before, I think you mentioned Larry Fink and BlackRock. I think BlackRock has been one of the latest stakeholders decisively coming and promoting and now demanding businesses, that is the one they invest in, on really being serious in the task of transitioning to a low-carbon economy. And they are nowadays a very serious force on how to say it, on even supervising it. They are very keen and trying to understand, and that's forcing all businesses to improve their, not just the strategies, but even the reporting and everything that is needed for this type of institutions to really comprehend and evaluate how companies are doing.
I think Mr. Fink will be pleased that he was a part of this panel today. I don't know. Amy, back to you. So Fernando was mentioning Europe. Maybe you can give our audience some comparisons about what you see between net zero goals between Europe and this side of the world.
So within, we've talked a little bit about that there are some politics around certainly ESG, hopefully less so around climate. One of the things that we don't see, particularly in Europe, or haven't seen, is that climate is on the political agenda. Both parties in most countries are supportive of the climate agenda and recognise that action needs to be taken. Now, there's been quite a lot of political volatility in Europe recently. We've seen big changes in Italy, and you may have noticed a couple of changes in the UK, quite a few changes in the UK. So I'm not sure I can even comment on my own country at the moment. But I think I think that philosophically there's consistent agreement that action needs to be taken. Whereas if I look at North America, or the US, rather than like that we're talking about here, when I speak to some companies in the US, they'll just sort of say, why will we take action? If a new regime comes in, new regulation. There's a lot of political volatility from an outsider's perspective as well in LAC, and so that's what I find so interesting, is that we're talking to business leaders that haven't really mentioned that they're being driven by politics. I'm hearing a lot more about carrot than I am about stick for the incentives for making changes. And so I think a lot of businesses are not waiting for governments to create incentives or sticks, although there are incentives that would really make the transition more straightforward. But there are laggards that would move faster with some of that regulation. So there's a lot more regulation in Europe. A lot of people find that quite onerous. There'll be the carbon boundary border as well that people wanting to move products into continental Europe will have to pass. So I think more has been happening, but I don't think that government regulation is the only driver for positive outcomes. And I don't think either of you have been driven by regulation. You've been driven by by purpose, I would guess.
Right. Certainly. And so, Juan Carlos, speaking of that purpose, so how do you connect your clients to that purpose? How do you support that purpose? How do you've stated that your role at Bancolombia, the role of Bancolombia is to inspire them to seek out these ESG objectives. So how do you connect them with that?
Yeah, right. The challenge that we have is so big that we need to work together. I already said that, but we need to move that to concrete initiatives. And let me give you one example. There is the Climate Finance Leadership Initiative, but it's promoted by Michael Bloomberg in collaboration with the United Nations. And that is an initiative that what is looking or what is pursuing is moving finance to concrete projects. And there are two pilot chapters in the world, one in India and the other one is in Colombia. And we are co-sharing alongside with BBVA that chapter in Colombia. What are we doing? We are bringing together companies and the government to develop concrete projects and finance them, but with very, very specific targets. And bringing to the table companies, energy companies, oil and gas companies, mobility companies, and financial institutions to work together on concrete projects and working with the governments to create the framework to really develop those projects. So at the end, it's those efforts that bring together to the same people to talk about concrete projects is what is going to make the difference. And that's the way in which we should go. And that creates the force of everybody working on the same direction.
Yeah, and I have a question here maybe several of you would like to answer, but starting with you, Juan Carlos. How do you see those kinds of objectives and that kind of work changing if we enter into an economic downturn, as people are expecting next year? How do you think this will impact Bancolombia, for example?
Brian, that is going to be a big challenge, because what is going to happen, and let me say this first. It is impossible to work on climate change if we don't work on social issues. Sustainability necessarily goes to look for equality, for opportunities for people. It's impossible to work on the climate change if you have people that it's trying to survive. And in many countries, that's the case. That's to link with your question. What is going to happen next year is probably the economic situation is going to be challenging, and priorities are going to change. That's the whole risk, and that's where companies and governments, we need to keep focus on the main objective. And of course, we will have to work on handling the economic situation, but we cannot forget that transition and keep working. So it will be challenging, but we need to keep working on that, because what could happen is, let's forget about, and we will talk in 2025 about the SDGs or climate change, and that will be very, I think, very bad for society, for the world, but it's a challenge.
Yeah, unfortunately, the climate change doesn't recognize recession.
Or it's not going to wait until 2025 to keep doing things.
Does anyone else want to comment on the topic? Any plans for next year?
You know, let me. I was thinking by hearing you that the planet, people, the economy, the future. In the future, we're going to have a green economy, but we need an economy. The transition towards a low-carbon economy is profitable. It's a business opportunity. It's not a threat. I can invest to stop using primary fuels at a high cost to use waste as an income stream. I can do that. Is that going to be stopped by a downturn in the economy? I don't think so. But even if it happens, because you might have a number of priorities, you might need to rationalize for a year or two certain things. There are so many things we have to do that they are not necessarily economic in essence. Public policy. public policy, in my opinion, is as important as technology that doesn't exist nowadays. I've been referring to this example of the waste directives in Europe. They don't exist in the US. They don't exist in Latin America, or not everywhere in Latin America. They don't exist almost anywhere, except for Europe. By the way, the future is already here. It's just that has not been distributed equally. So, but yes, we need to look at certain geographies to see the future. But public policy, I mean, nowadays we can throw waste as much as we want and can be landfill, and that's it. That's not sustainable. And the only way to change it is through public policy. And different companies, and depending on the type of business processes and whatever, we are going to be interested in different type of those public policies. In our case, as you can imagine, waste coming from construction, demolition, and excavation material, which is huge. Without a certain public policy, like the one existing in Europe, for instance. In Europe, we just gained a contract on dealing with 3.5 million tons of material coming from demolition because of the line 15 of the subway in Paris. Can you think on something like that in a place in Latin America? Even in the US? So this is public policy. Is that too expensive? Is, a downturn in the economy is going to really to stop those efforts? So that's the kind of things that it's unstoppable. It's unstoppable.
Well, thank you for introducing the topic of public policy, because that's kind of where I wanted to head towards the end of the panel. We promised to stay away from politics, but you can't avoid a discussion of public policy, I think, when you're talking about climate action. So maybe, Eric, I'll kick it over to you, and maybe you can talk about the positive side of public policy. What are the things that Salesforce has done or has seen and helped their clients do in terms of making good partnerships with public sector?
Well, there's just a line, there's a thread between all of the prior comments, and it's actually a timely point because next week on November the 6th, COP27 begins in Sharm el-Sheikh. And this raises such an interesting point to think about the different speeds, the different actors in public and private settings and what can be accomplished. One of the things that we all know, it's a all hands on deck moment. And so at least the optimistic hope that you go into these times is that if there is an issue across geographic lines and ideological lines, that people will strive to find some areas of constructive agreement. It is around climate. The part around policy and public-private is one in the following. Things work at different levels of impact and speeds. The negotiations at COP27 are extraordinarily important, but as a multilateral negotiation, it moves slow, and the consensus process means that the common denominator of what is agreed might not be the most ambitious. And then you bring in private sector that does have the ability to move fast and to innovate. And so we need to be working to meet. And that is really on display. When I go back to COP26 in Glasgow, one of the things that was really very interesting on this point was, for example, the first mover coalition that the United States spearheaded, and focusing primarily on the hard debate sectors. And from the public side, leaning in and trying to get private sector very ambitious commitments to act, whether on construction industries or sustainable aviation fuels and the like. So I would just say that this interdisciplinary role of public and private is critical, and we have to recognize that things will move at a multilateral speed, at a national speed, at a subnational speed, at a private sector speed, and we all have to be as ambitious as we can.
Excellent. Amy, would you like another word on this?
The thing that was going through my mind as you was talking was actually the war in Europe and the impact that could have on speed, because we're seeing certainly the need from an energy security perspective, that we're seeing coal-fired power stations being recommissioned because we have energy security issues. What I do find interesting, though, is it hasn't changed any of the commitments. There are just as strong commitments to decarbonisation, and probably stronger commitments than there were before the war. So it's a short-term issue with countries saying that we need energy security and decarbonisation will be a way to do that. We don't want to depend on anyone for hydrocarbons, so renewable fuels will be something that will make us more resilient in the future, even if we've got a short-term blip. And I think we need to recognise that whether it's recession, whether it's public policy not moving at the speed we want, or even reversals from some governments, that there are going to be ups and downs, as there are in any line, but the best fit line is going to be to continue to decarbonise.
And Juan Carlos, one final word on this, since you operate across many different geographies.
Yeah, public policy is key. Definitely, it's a key part on what is going on. And at the end, the public policy creates the framework in which we need to execute. And we execute by conviction, but that public policy is key because it levels the playing field for everybody, and that's very, very important. So for developing countries, that's a challenge. That's a big challenge because probably priorities are on different sides. But I see that this is evolving, and the conversation is there, and it is important that it is a conversation between public sector and private sector to create that framework that allows things to happen in the direction that we want to go.
Definitely. I think, just to add one little thought here, it has to be agility from all of us, because we're dealing in some countries with a very conservative government, and some other countries with a very populist government. So it really doesn't matter, because these come and go, and you couldn't have all the successful organizations you have if you weren't able to adapt to the current environment and find new pathways to form those partnerships. So thank you very much for your observations and your insights, and please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our moderator for our next panel, Gabriela Frias, anchor for CNN en Español, and panel members, Adriana Noreña, Vice President for Spanish-speaking Latin America at Google, Eduardo de la Mayoya, founder and CEO of Betterfly, and Marcos Gunn, Senior Vice President of Chubb Group and Regional Vice President for Latin America at Chubb, who will be discussing how their companies are leveraging the power of technology to generate impact and opportunities in the region.
Aquí está. Okay.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. Sounds good.
¿Verdad que no?
Aquí sí, ¿cierto?
Ahora sí me escuchan. Bueno, primero que nada, muy buenas tardes. Queremos que este sea un panel maravilloso, positivo y que nos aclare cómo hacer muchas cosas, porque la lista de desafíos que tenemos en la región es larga. Me piden que espere un minuto. ¿Cómo están?
Muy bien.
¿Alguien cuenta chistes aquí?
Eduardo.
Antes del almuerzo, que esa es una ventaja, ¿eh? Si tuviéramos esta sesión después del almuerzo sería un desafío multiplicado. Exacto.
Yo no voy a contar un chiste, pero no sé si vieron las latas que parecen cerveza. No son cervezas, es
Totalmente,
agua.
es agua.
Y no la traje al escenario porque pensé que iban a decir, chuta, este tipo
está... Don't get fooled by those, it's just water.
It's
Exacto.
water.
It's only water.
It's not beer.
Exactamente. Cuando la producción me diga que están listos, podemos comenzar. Les voy platicando rápido que este es un subpanel dentro del gran tema de Driving Latin America ESG Agenda. Obviamente hablamos de environment, hablamos social y hablamos de governance.
Ahí vamos.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Ahora sí, como decimos en televisión, cuando a mí me den el cue, yo comienzo. Nuestros invitados de primerísimo nivel y agradecida porque vamos a platicar antes que otra cosa, los presento en el otro extremo. Adriana Noreña, gusto verte, vicepresidenta Spanish Speaking Latin America de Google. ¿Cómo has estado? Qué gusto saludarte. Bueno, Eduardo de la Mayora, gusto conocerte. Por primera vez hablamos de Betterfly juntos tú y yo, founder and CEO de Betterfly. Y también Marcos Gunn, que tampoco teníamos el gusto, Vice President, Shop Group and Regional President, Latin America. Si me dicen que podemos comenzar, estamos. Yo soy Gabriela Frías, periodista mexicana, CNN en español, 20 años ya en CNN y un poquito más, no digo más porque la edad se revela. Quiero llamar, si ya podemos comenzar, yo quiero llamar su atención a que estamos en octubre de 2022. Y afortunadamente encontré lo que les hablaba yo del año 2012, del 10 de marzo de 2022. Tom Friedman escribía en una columna, ¿qué país le gusta? Le han preguntado. ¿Y saben qué país dijo? Me gusta Taiwán. ¿Y saben por qué dijo eso? Taiwan has mined its 23 million people, their talent, energy, and intelligence, men and women. I always tell my friends in Taiwan, you're the luckiest people in the world. How did you get so lucky? You have no oil, no iron ore, no forest, no diamonds, no gold, just a few small deposits of coal and natural gas. And because of that, you developed the habits and culture of honing your people's skills, which turns out to be the most valuable and only truly renewable resource in the world today. La pregunta, how can we get so lucky? Dentro de los objetivos que vamos a hablar acá, de hacer ese social environment and governance, tenemos la posibilidad de decir, we can also leverage technology. How are we doing that so well? Así que yo quisiera empezar con lo que están viendo en América Latina y el Caribe, y por supuesto que, Adriana, quiero comenzar contigo, porque esta es una empresa global, tecnológica, y podemos sentar el tema juntos.
Muy bien, bueno, gracias Gabriela y gracias a todos. Yo creo que, a ver, América Latina, si hablamos de infraestructura tecnológica, yo diría que estamos bastante avanzados. Yo diría que el gran desafío, la gran oportunidad, muy en línea con lo que estás diciendo, es hoy la gran demanda de puestos de trabajo, 70% de ellos vienen del área tecnológica. Y el gran problema que tenemos es que no hay talento suficiente dentro de esa gran gama que se llama área tecnológica. Hablemos de habilidades digitales. Entonces quería dejar aquí un primer mensaje, es leyendo un informe del World Economic Forum, me llamó muchísimo la atención que decía, y un estudio que nosotros también encomendamos de una empresa que se llama Alfa Beta, decía que si nosotros consiguiésemos hacer la transformación digital en los mercados emergentes, podríamos generar aproximadamente 3.4 trillones de dólares para el año 2030. Si eso es así, ¿dónde están esas habilidades digitales? Entonces, un esfuerzo muy grande que debe hacerse es en generar básicamente los skills. Y en América Latina necesitamos romper la barrera de la educación básica o de la gente que tiene, o uno, los recursos, ¿no? O dos, ya la educación en la universidad. Y ahí es donde nosotros como empresarios o líderes de empresa tenemos que hacer un gran trabajo para empezar a capacitar a esta gente en muchísimas cosas. Y luego te puedo hablar de muchas cosas que estamos haciendo en Google para eso. Eso número uno. Y número dos, aquí estamos balanceados 50 y 50. 50% mujeres, 50% hombres en este panel. Pero la realidad de América Latina no es así.
Sí, iba yo a decir, y nada más.
Exactamente. Y ahí iba a hablar particularmente del reporte del World Economic Forum, porque quiero que estén sentados para que escuchen esto. Al mundo le llevará, esto fue hecho en el 2020, al mundo globalmente le llevará 99 años en lograr la paridad de género. ¿Quién quiere esperar todo eso? Está demostrado que la paridad de género genera impacto económico y obviamente social. Y el segundo punto, pero ahora estamos en Latinoamérica, entonces tengo mejores noticias. En América Latina eso va a llevar aproximadamente 56 años. Yo no quiero esperar todo eso, yo quiero ver ese cambio Y ahí es donde tenemos que empezar a hacer muchísimas más cosas, tanto las empresas del sector privado como las del sector público.
¿Quién tiene hijas? Ok, hay que trabajar doble o triple, ¿no? ¿Verdad, Eduardo?
Así es, así es.
Ok, dentro de lo que está diciendo Adriana, a mí me parece interesantísimo. Yo leía lo de Tom Friedman porque estando con ustedes me hacen pensar mucho en la gente. Tú piensas en la gente. En la pandemia de COVID-19 nos puso a la tecnología enfrente y nos puso a la gente. Pero ¿sabes qué? Yo pienso que la gente todavía tiene una especie como de PTSD. Y tú lo que estás diciéndole a las empresas con una propuesta de valor como la tuya es, pon a la gente, vamos a cambiar esa cultura.
Así es. Bueno, nosotros justamente en Betterfly fundamos la compañía hace un poco más de 4 años y el mundo pre-pandemia y post-pandemia, todos sabemos que cambió radicalmente, pero algo que tuvimos la suerte de ver de primera mano, nosotros ofrecemos una propuesta de valor a empresas para sus colaboradores y básicamente para empoderarlos a vivir su mejor vida. Y en Latinoamérica, antes de la pandemia, nosotros íbamos con nuestra propuesta de valor cuando estaba recién partiendo y era, pero está bien, pero yo ya les pago un sueldo, ¿por qué voy a dar otro beneficio? Y no solamente eso, pero los últimos, yo diría, 24 o 30 meses, pasó algo bien único, no solamente en la región, pero en el mundo. Tuvimos casi 8 billones de personas enfrentadas a la fragilidad de la vida, ¿ya? Y que las cosas pueden cambiar así. Y muchos de los que estamos acá, probablemente todos, no hemos enfrentado esa fragilidad de la vida. ¿Y qué es lo que hace el ser humano cuando se enfrenta a la fragilidad de la vida? Sabe inmediatamente lo que es relevante, a lo que es esencial. Y eso está generando hoy día en el mundo un cambio cultural muy, muy grande, donde como seres humanos estamos evolucionando, creo que es el silver lining detrás de todo lo que está ocurriendo. Y estamos diciendo, ¿sabes qué? Al final del día lo que importa son las conexiones que tengo, es mi familia, es aprovechar lo que tengo. Y las empresas están cambiando hacia un punto en el cual el poner ese propósito social y esas personas al centro está pasando a ser no solamente algo que los inversionistas o los ESG standards requieran desde el punto de vista de mercado de capitales, por ejemplo, pero también una ventaja totalmente competitiva en términos de, primero que todo, reclutar talento, ¿ya? Porque, de nuevo, de primera mano digo esto, nosotros somos un equipo de un poco más de 600 personas y justamente el talento, el crecimiento que hemos tenido es debido al talento que hemos tenido, porque la cultura y el propósito social al centro ha hecho este círculo virtuoso que crece, crece y crece. Y yo lo hablábamos antes, pero algo que está ocurriendo que a lo mejor todavía está inadvertido es que los departamentos de recursos humanos, ¿ya? El Chief People Officer, tradicionalmente los últimos, a lo mejor, y no quiero generalizar acá, pero ha sido un área más administrativa, ¿ah? Pagar salaries y cierto número de beneficios y eso entregarlo. Y esa área está pasando de ser un área administrativa a un área totalmente estratégica de la compañía para crecer. Y yo soy un fiel creyente que el impacto social, ESG, tecnología, como el nombre del foro, parte por las personas que trabajan en nuestras empresas y cómo esas personas nosotros las habilitamos derechamente a vivir su mejor vida, porque eso al final del día tiene una repercusión en la última línea, tiene una repercusión en la sociedad y en el medio ambiente. Y eso, de nuevo, hemos sido desde Betterfly, ya con presencia en 7 países en la región y hace muy poco en Europa, cómo esto está cambiando y estamos recién empezando a ver este momentum que está llegando a las distintas empresas de todo tamaño en la región y en el mundo.
You gotta walk the walk to talk the talk. Pero hay muchos departamentos de relaciones públicas que talk the talk. ¿Cuánto es todavía evangelizar lo que tú haces en la región?
Hay de todo, porque efectivamente este es un nombre que no es muy lindo, pero hay muchos que partieron a lo mejor de una manera a hacer greenwashing, ¿ah? Y eso está bien, empresas más grandes es necesario que empiecen a tener estos ESG standards, pero eso se cae solo muy rápido. Y las empresas, y cuando hablamos de empresas, de poner el propósito social, suena como algo súper romántico, pero al final no es más ni menos que partir la estrategia con purpose and people first, y de ahí viene el negocio y de ahí viene la rentabilidad. Y es el orden de los factores. Yo te comentaba antes que esto a lo mejor es medio controversial, pero que el fin de la empresa sea simplemente maximizar utilidad. Y eso yo creo que está cambiando y yo personalmente creo que no es así. Creo que las empresas tienen que generar utilidad, pero eso es un outcome, no el driver de lo que tienen que hacer. El driver tiene que ser tener un impacto social y medioambiental, partiendo por las personas que trabajan en esa compañía y el impacto que tiene en el planeta. Y de esa forma la rentabilidad y el business growth viene. Y ese orden de los factores creo que es lo que está cambiando y que va a ser, y de nuevo, esto es un medium to long term view y una visión que creo que va a ir ocurriendo. Cuando estemos parados en este foro el año 2030, no vamos a hablar de compañías con impacto, compañías sin impacto. Todas las compañías van a tener esta estrategia porque naturalmente las que pongan a sus equipos y el retorno social y medioambiental al centro van a ser aquellas que van a thrive en este nuevo mundo y esta nueva realidad que está viviendo el mundo y la región.
Y aquí cabe preguntarnos cuánto ustedes tienen todavía que hacer ese make the case con números, como se ha tenido que hacer make the case con el tema de las mujeres, como se ha tenido que hacer el make the case con el tema del medio ambiente. Pero, Marcos, si me permites decirlo así, para muchos, lo que decía Eduardo, vivir su mejor vida a veces es alejado de las empresas aseguradoras. Ha sido.
Buen punto.
Ha sido.
Ha sido.
Pero esta es una empresa que tiene muchos años y que está haciendo alianza, por ejemplo, con Eduardo.
Exacto,
y estás entrando en América Latina y estás revolucionando. ¿Cómo estás viviendo tu experiencia en la región?
Sí, a ver, la verdad que cuando me senté acá, yo veo que estoy con Adriana y con Eduardo, y digo, un asegurador en este foro, wow. ¿No? Y me preguntaste, ¿hace cuánto existe Chubb? Y el primer Chubb existe hace 230 años. Por lo cual, o sea, creo que por lo menos de nuestro lado, ¿no? Es realmente, uno es definir ese propósito. Y creo que, por ejemplo, tenemos a Eduardo como partner, porque nos sentamos y literalmente a los 5 minutos conectamos con lo que es el propósito, con para qué estamos y con ese foco, ¿no? en realmente cambiar la vida de las personas. Y en Chubb, por suerte, hace 7 años empezamos con una inversión muy fuerte en tecnología, en capacidad digitales, en poder realmente llegar a nuestros clientes con propuestas de protección, ¿no? Y si uno ve Latinoamérica, realmente hay una falta de protección tremenda, ¿ok? Y la verdad es que el mercado es el mercado y si uno lo ve, va creciendo, pero va creciendo poco. Y realmente, o sea, lo que tenemos que hacer es crecer la torta, ¿no? Es realmente poder llegar a aquellos clientes que no han tenido acceso a los seguros. ¿Y por qué? Porque no les llega la propuesta o porque es demasiado caro llegar a esos clientes. O la otra, ellos necesitan comprar un producto que sea tailor-made a las necesidades de ese cliente y que realmente, o sea, hay gente que puede pagar, sí, o $100 por mes, pero también estamos llegando a clientes que están pagando $3 por mes. Entonces, la tecnología lo que nos permitió es tener una propuesta de valor y con obviamente propósito en el centro de todo y poder impactar positivamente como asegurador tenemos, o sea, como industria, una responsabilidad gigante. La verdad es que si uno piensa cuando pasa un terremoto, o pasa un huracán, o cuando tuvimos el COVID, o sea, realmente creo que todos de una manera, ¿no? Todo esto nos toca una fibra muy sensible. Por lo cual el propósito, por lo menos en Chubb, es eso, es cómo acompañamos a nuestros clientes en los momentos más difíciles. Y un poco como les digo a mi equipo, no alcanza con entregar un cheque o ponerte en la misma situación que estabas antes de lo que te pasó, sino que tenemos que poder acompañar emocionalmente a esa persona. Emocionalmente y cuando pensás en personas, pero también somos aseguradores de los grupos más grandes que hay tanto en el mundo, pero obviamente también en Latinoamérica, y por lo cual, o sea, son conexiones. Por lo cual, o sea, la verdad es que es, ¿no? Y lo hablamos con Eduardo de acá, hay un incumbent, ¿no? un asegurador de mucha tradición, pero que al final de cuentas, a través del propósito y a través de lo que permite la tecnología, podemos hacer y generar un impacto tremendo, tanto en Latinoamérica, pero también a nivel global.
Quiero agregar un punto ahí, porque ese de repente, sobre todo en la industria aseguradora, miremos Latinoamérica un segundo. 1 de cada 13 niños pierde a su padre o a la madre, al breadwinner, antes de los 15, 16 años. ¿Ya? Y de esas familias, un 90% no tiene protección financiera, no tiene un seguro de vida. ¿Qué significa eso? Que decenas de millones de familias todos los años no solamente tienen un deterioro emocional de haber perdido al padre o la madre, sino que su vida cambia literalmente y se deteriora. ¿Ya? Y son pocos los afortunados que tienen esa protección. Yo fui uno de esos niños. Yo cuando tenía 15 años perdí a mi padre. Estaba en un auto, le dio un infarto y mi vida cambió. Y yo fui de los afortunados, que si bien mi padre no tenía un seguro de vida, puede estudiar, puede ir a la universidad y trabajar y emprender. Pero la gran mayoría de las personas no tienen esa suerte. Y acá al hacer una alianza, una compañía que tiene 230 años, con una compañía que está partiendo tecnología, es que estamos democratizando la posibilidad de millones de personas de tener una protección financiera. De no solamente mejorar su bienestar, de generar un impacto en el mundo, pero de entregar eso. Y usted se puede imaginar como fundador que hoy día estemos protegiendo junto con Chava millones de personas en la región, 70% de las cuales por primera vez en su vida tienen un seguro de vida. Es un impacto social de por sí que de repente es difícil de tangibilizar, porque uno habla del gap de protección, la brecha digital en la región. Y bueno, la gente que tiene internet y la que no. Pero si yo te digo la brecha de protección financiera, son 14 trillones de dólares, con una T en Latinoamérica. Y que personalizados son estos ejemplos. 1 de cada 13 niños pierde el padre o la madre, 90% no tiene eso. Y esa es la misión en la cual, por lo menos con Marco, estamos enfocados en atacar.
Y esta mañana me encantó, Ashley hizo un comentario, dice, el propósito es what gets you up in the morning.
Exacto.
¿No? O sea, la estrategia te lleva, tenés tu visión, que es, o sea, qué es lo que uno quiere conquistar, pero el propósito es lo que te levanta a la mañana.
Ahora,
la verdad que esa pasión, al final de cuentas, es la que dice walk the talk. Bueno, con pasión uno puede caminar, ¿no? Lo que está diciendo que lo hace.
Ahora, tecnología. ¿Qué hace la diferencia? ¿Por qué estamos presumiendo algo que es diferente aquí, que está haciendo la tecnología para que haya más Eduardos quizá en el futuro en la región?
La tecnología permite muchas cosas. Yo te decía, el 70-80% de las personas que están protegidas con Betterfly y Chubb, primera vez que tienen un seguro. ¿Y qué es lo que hicimos nosotros? Dijimos, el seguro de vida, ¿cuántos acá tienen un seguro de vida? Levanten la mano.
¿De vida o de muerte?
Ya, qué bueno, oye, esto no estaba... Miren, el seguro de vida tiene el nombre de vida, pero efectivamente es de muerte. Todos los que levantaron la mano nunca van a usar su seguro de vida, porque lo van a usar sus hijos, ¿ya? Y sus dependientes. Pero el seguro de vida, lo que pensamos hace varios años atrás fue, dijimos, pero espérate, el seguro de vida tiene, en verdad se llama seguro de vida, pero es de muerte, pero tiene todo que ver con tu vida.
Claro.
Alguien que medita más, alguien que camina más, alguien que escucha música, alguien que sabe la diferencia entre una grasa, una proteína y un carbohidrato, no solamente tiene una vida más feliz, pero una vida más longeva. Y la visión fue, ¿qué pasaría si construimos el primer seguro de vida que las personas puedan construir con sus manos y con sus pies en vez de sus billeteras? Así de loco como les estoy diciendo. Y nos sentamos a desarrollar, en ese momento éramos 10 personas, tecnología que permitiera construir un seguro de vida que las personas en cualquier parte del mundo pudiesen construir. Y no solamente eso, que le entregáramos esta protección sin preguntarle preexistencias médicas, sin preguntarle nivel socioeconómico, sin preguntarle si fumaba o no fumaba. Dimos vuelta a la ecuación y dijimos, premiemos en vez de castigar a las personas para entregarle esto. Y esto, como les estoy diciendo, yo se los decía en un foro hace 4 o 5 años atrás, la gente me miraba y me decía, tú estás loco. Y la tecnología permite eso. Y eso no lo podríamos haber hecho hace 5 o 10 años atrás, porque gracias a eso podemos construir hoy día este seguro
Pero
dinámico.
estás cambiando el concepto del riesgo. Y el riesgo es de lo que hay que hablar también, porque estás hablando de cómo hacerlo eficiente, cómo acercarlo a más personas gracias a la tecnología, pero eso implica lo que decías, desde revolucionar el concepto de un departamento de relaciones públicas hasta hablar de un concepto distinto de riesgo, y esto también es importante. Adriana, yo no sé cuánto aquí estamos hablando en silos, o en silos, pues, ¿no? Cuánto estamos trabajando todo esto, y estamos en una comunidad en la que maybe estamos preaching to the converted, ¿no? Pero lo que estamos tratando de hacer es que cambiemos afuera las cosas más rápido, más eficiente, apalancados por la tecnología. ¿Qué estás viendo?
A ver, yo creo que hay dos cosas. Yo te escuchaba y decía, bueno, esa parte del problema que es post, digamos, la muerte genera un hecho que necesita algo antes, y ese algo antes yo insisto que es la capacitación. Hay dos cosas. La tecnología hoy, lo mencionaban ustedes dos, nos ayuda básicamente a agarrar un activo muy grande que es toda la data, de una manera privada y protegida, quiero dejarlo claro, y con consentimiento de los usuarios y los consumidores, para poder hacer con inteligencia artificial, que me imagino que es lo que ustedes están usando, modelos que te ayuden básicamente diría yo, predictivos, tanto de demanda como también de precificación y cuánto le puedes ofrecer a una persona para que le dé ese beneficio. Eso lo estamos viendo hoy mucho en el mundo de los negocios. No solo desde el punto de vista de prepararse con una estrategia de esa data, sino también con el uso de la inteligencia artificial, básicamente para hacer que sus decisiones y sus inversiones sean cada vez más eficientes, lo cual se vuelve mucho más importante y relevante en un esquema como el que estamos hoy, en donde hay una macroeconomía y un mundo un ambiente político, digamos, incierto en muchos de nuestros países. Entonces, lo que estamos viendo son, primero, empresas grandes, medianas y pequeñas, muy hambrientas, ¿no?, por cómo eficientizar cada dinero, cada dólar o cada peso que tienen, y cómo pueden hacer el mejor uso de la tecnología para cualquier toma de decisiones e inversión en tiempo real y obviamente anticiparte a las necesidades de los consumidores o usuarios.
Dale.
Al tema, no, quería destacar algo, ¿no? O sea, y Eduardo está, ¿no?, continuando con lo que dice. La tecnología también te permite el tema de los datos, ¿no?, de poder accesar datos.
Claro, conocerlos.
Y esos datos a nosotros nos permite, ¿no?, uno es evidentemente conocer mejor a nuestros clientes, pero conocer su perfil de riesgo, y nos permite también a nosotros poder tarificar de una manera completamente distinta. Y esto, o sea, Edu, no te enojes, pero voy a hablar de otro partner. Y cuando hablamos de poder llegar a, digamos, a clientes o personas que no han nunca recibido un seguro, y se habló mucho de Newbank, ¿no? Nosotros tenemos un partnership con ellos también, y les puedo decir, o sea, rompimos un paradigma que ni yo me la creía. Empezamos con ellos a principios del año pasado, hicimos un par de pilotos, nos dedicamos, o sea, a un producto de vida muy sencillo, muy parametrizado, y para hacer el cuento corto, o sea, poquito menos de 14 meses ya tenemos 1.2 millones de clientes con un seguro de vida. Cosa que dije, wow, o sea, sin estar vendiendo face to face, sin llamar a los clientes, sin molestarlos, 100% una propuesta de valor digital, donde, como les decía, puede ser un cliente que quiere pagar 20 reales hasta un cliente que quiere pagar bastante más. Por lo cual, o sea, ese es un poquito, ¿no?, ese foco que tenemos, y que, volviendo al tema de la tecnología y el propósito, ¿no?, creo que ahí es una conjunción muy clara de lo que se puede hacer como asegurador con partners de primer nivel.
Y ahí tú mencionabas, y yo creo que ese punto que se habla de la data, y siempre se le da una connotación, data privacy, pero la data bien utilizada, nosotros en Betterfly lo llamamos data with a social conscious, genera unos círculos virtuosos infinitos. Cuando yo tengo una persona, un employee que usa Betterfly, ¿ya?, y esa persona está caminando 6.000 pasos en vez de 4.000 pasos, es una persona que está más sana, es una persona que la compañía de seguro está más contento porque va a tener una mayor longevidad, un menor riesgo de muerte. Y desde el punto de vista de la empresa, ¿ya?, nosotros ya tenemos miles de empresas en toda la región como clientes, le podemos mostrar, mira, tú al pagar la suscripción, que son, dependiendo del país, 4 o 5 dólares al mes por colaborador, ese colaborador que caminó más, que meditó, que bajó de peso, tiene una menor rotación, tiene una productividad más alta y está totalmente relacionado con la última línea de esa compañía. Entonces, la data utilizada de esa manera te permite generar estos círculos virtuosos dentro de ecosistemas para las personas, para las corporaciones, para las pymes, y democratizar una serie de productos, no solamente a las personas, pero a las empresas que antes no podían acceder. Nosotros tenemos clientes que van desde pymes de 10, 20 personas hasta compañías públicas con cientos de miles de personas, y ambos tienen acceso a Betterfly. Y la tecnología, sin la tecnología eso sería imposible, porque los canales de distribución para poder llegar a ellos no podrían funcionar.
Si me permite, yo creo que ahí hay un paréntesis muy importante que hay que hacer, es el manejo de esa data. Eso es precioso. Es decir, cada compañía debería poner dentro del centro la privacidad de la gente que da esos datos.
¿Cómo estamos en la región? Hacia allá me iba yo a mover. ¿Cómo estamos en la región?
A ver, yo te diría, para nosotros, lo más importante para cualquier empresa, lo más importante es la confianza de su consumidor,
Sí.
de su usuario. Y para nosotros eso es, digamos, el activo número uno que vamos a proteger siempre. ¿Dónde estamos nosotros en América Latina? Yo diría, hay que hacer un esfuerzo, voy a hablar del lado usuario y luego del lado de la empresa. Hay que hacer un esfuerzo muy grande en educar a la gente, ¿no? A mí me hacen muchísimas entrevistas y yo veo que no sabe la gente cuáles son las herramientas que tiene a su disposición para saber qué datos le da, por ejemplo, en el mundo online, que pone a disposición de la gente, ¿no? Nosotros hemos hecho esfuerzos muy grandes y tenemos reportes y la gente tiene que básicamente clicar para compartir, y de hecho es difícil hacer un sign up en una de nuestras plataformas sin antes leer eso. Pero yo les pregunto a todos aquí en la audiencia, ¿cuántos de ustedes tienen apps y leyeron los términos y condiciones de
A
esas
ver.
apps antes. A ver,
¿Quién
yo
las,
quiero ver
¿quién las
manos.
leyó? Levante la mano.
Ninguna. Bueno,
proud,
eso es
¿ah?
algo que tenemos que aprender
Claro.
a hacer con mucha responsabilidad.
Y con mucha responsabilidad también quizá facilitar la experiencia para quienes tienen que leerla.
También.
Okay.
Y por otro lado, como empresa, a ver, estamos viendo que en el mundo este afán o este énfasis en la privacidad, por obvias razones, se está haciendo, digamos, más tangible. Es cómo es que nosotros generamos dentro de las empresas. El caso de Chávez es un ejemplo, u otros es lo que nosotros llamamos primera first party data, ¿no? De una manera consciente, y hacemos una estrategia para trabajar eso en el futuro que te va a dar un elemento competitivo muy importante, pero que si no lo empiezas a tratar ahora en un mundo donde las cookies, que son aquellos rastreadores, digamos, de las experiencias en la web va a desaparecer. Entonces, ¿cómo vas a prepararte estratégicamente para eso? Es muy importante. Entonces, yo digo los dos lados, nosotros como usuarios y cómo hacemos eso de una manera muy masiva, y las empresas.
Y sensibilizar a las pymes de que esto es tan sensible que hay que sensibilizar todavía a un universo enorme en la región, ¿no?
Correcto, y ahí la tecnología viene a nuestro favor, porque si ustedes ven hoy, uno de los esfuerzos que nosotros hacemos en Google es dar habilidades digitales a pymes,
¿Sí?
y tenemos un esfuerzo, hace unos meses hicimos un anuncio importante de $1.200 millones en el Summit of the Americas,
Así es.
y de inversiones en los próximos 5 años, y un capítulo muy importante son las pymes, que son el motor de crecimiento, y
Claro.
cómo las habilitamos no solo con habilidades digitales, sino de gestión de empresa, para que esas pymes sean exitosas, ¿no?
Sale la periodista, muchas veces a los periodistas dicen, ay, qué negativos, puras cosas negativas cubren ustedes, pero voy a traer la región, porque pues ahí vivimos, ahí tenemos a nuestras familias, es la realidad que nos toca mejorar juntos. ¿Qué necesitan, sabiendo que 2023 es un año más desafiante, después de la pandemia, la guerra, etcétera, pero a nivel económico, a nivel de necesidad? ¿Qué factores, dame 3, tendrían que cambiar para que la solución, los asegurados o la gente que podría agregar a su vida, la gente que podría mejorar su conocimiento tecnológico como usuario, como empresa, tendría que pasar para tener un escenario menos complejo el próximo, que es 2023? ¿Qué tendría que pasar? ¿Quién lo tendría que hacer? ¿El gobierno? ¿Qué tendría que hacer ustedes como sector privado? ¿Qué tendría que hacer? No sé.
Yo no sé si lo diría cambio, ¿no? Yo creo que es convicción. Yo creo que tenemos que tener cada vez más convicción, tenemos que tener cada vez más propósito.
Pero dame un to-do list.
Mi to-do list, o sea, para mí, o sea, es aceptar la realidad, porque al fin de cuentas sobre esa realidad uno opera, pero por sobre todas las cosas, otra vez, ¿cuál es ese propósito que yo tengo como equipo en Chavi y como parte de la sociedad de Latinoamérica y como impacto positivamente? Y hay una parte, como lo decía Eduardo, o sea, uno es el equipo Chavi, ¿no? Y que mi equipo esté bien, esté enfocado, que tenga ese propósito muy claro y que al final de cuentas, o sea, podamos tener el delivery que queremos tener.
Y afuera en el entorno, con economías que están desafiantes, con personas que tienen prioridades y urgencias porque está la inflación elevada, etc. Es la realidad, ¿eh?
Sí, a ver, ¿cómo impactamos nosotros?
¿Cómo democratizas? ¿Cómo acercas a más clientes? ¿Cómo haces que más personas?
Un ejemplo perfecto, lo que estamos haciendo con Eduardo,
Ya.
lo que estamos haciendo con Nubank. Nubank crece, nosotros crecemos con ellos. O sea, te digo, con dos partners, en Brasil tenemos 85 millones de clientes, son 2 Argentinas casi, ¿no? Entonces, para mí, como te digo, mi convicción, al final de cuentas, es cómo puedo hacer para impactar y llegar, y como decís vos, walk the talk. Y ahí pasa de la estrategia a la ejecución. ¿Cómo hago para que el equipo de Chubb realmente pueda generar ese capability cada vez más rápido, con mayor impacto y poder llegar a nuestros clientes para estar con ellos en esos momentos más difíciles?
¿Y cómo comunicas
si yo puedo
que lo
hacer
estás
eso,
haciendo diferentes?
Total, pero otra vez, yo creo que lo más importante es, ¿no? Obviamente hay que comunicar, pero it's word of mouth.
Yeah.
Una de las cosas que más nos impactó, por ejemplo, que también aprendimos, es que en el momento de los siniestros, ¿no? Y lo que estamos haciendo es raro, porque en seguro, si se acuerda, o sea, el que empieza por, ¿no? Muchos pagan los siniestros de pocos. Y eso quiere decir que hay poca frecuencia, mucha severidad. Lo estamos dando vuelta. Yo quiero tener, ¿no? Productos que tengan mucha más frecuencia para poder tener una interacción con el cliente, capaz menos severidad porque tiene que ser económicamente viable. Pero en esa interacción, si mi cliente me da un NPS entre 60 y 90%, que es lo que estamos teniendo, ese cliente es un verdadero cliente de Chubb, es un verdadero cliente de Betterfly, o de Newbank, o de Melio, ¿no? Por lo cual, si uno hace eso, el word of mouth, ¿no? O sea, ¿no? Chubb con Newbank, Chubb con Betterfly, están generando un producto que que realmente cubre la necesidad del cliente. Y en ese momento, cuando pasa lo que uno no quiere que pase, pero pasa, realmente uno da un servicio diferencial de protección donde la persona se siente contenida y realmente tiene la capacidad de volver a tener la vida que tenía antes. ¡Wow!
Eduardo.
Sí, yo creo que a ver, yo ir de vuelta a lo mejor con cómo partimos. Para mí, ¿qué es lo que tiene que pasar? Yo soy un fiel creyente que creo que el sector privado tiene una injerencia significativa y creo que esperar que gobiernos o países hagan los cambios, el cambio va a venir del sector privado. Y creo que más que qué es lo que tenga que pasar, creo que esto va a pasar por default, es acelerar la transición del mundo y del mundo privado hacia empresas, people and purpose first. ¿Y qué significa eso? Significa lo que hablaba antes, de entender que aquellas empresas que aceleren el poner al ser humano al centro, y cuando digo el ser humano, de una manera real, y lo voy a bajar más a concreto.
Por favor.
El sentarte con tu equipo ejecutivo y preguntarle una vez a la semana, ¿cómo estáis? Dime una nota del 1 al 10, ¿cómo estás en el plano personal? Dime una nota del 1 al 10, ¿cómo estás en el plano profesional? Eso yo lo hago todas las semanas. El sentarte una vez al mes, o cuando está entrando alguien a tu compañía, decirte, ¿cómo te puedo ayudar a ti a llegar a tu propio sueño mientras estés trabajando en la compañía? Y con esa conexión emocional y humana, por muy cliché y bonito que eso es lo que está cambiando hoy día en el mundo de forma acelerada. Porque además estamos en la mitad de este people first approach, en un mundo en el cual estamos transicionando, y me incluyo dentro de qué es lo que tenemos que hacer, volver a la oficina, trabajar en la casa, el híbrido.
Claro.
Voy a decir una cifra bien increíble que leí el fin de semana en el Wall Street Journal, que decía 85% of managers believe their employees are slacking working remote. And 85% of employees are burnt out. Entonces decía, espérate, hay algo que no está cuadrando, hay algo que no está cuadrando. El 85% está diciendo que están slacking y el otro 85% está burned out. Eso es un arte que vamos a tener. Y la manera como la cual vamos a bridge ese gap va a ser conectando de manera humana y verdadera con las personas que trabajan en nuestra compañía. Independiente del tamaño, que sea una empresa de 5 personas, de 50 o 50.000, es entender cómo son como seres humanos. Y eso al final del día es el propósito y el impacto más grande que podemos tener en la sociedad y en el medio ambiente. Y en términos del propósito social, que es algo que como Betterfly llevamos la bandera, y lo cual creo que más y más nosotros, yo siempre lo digo con orgullo, somos la primera compañía en Latinoamérica que tenemos una estructura legal que se llama Public Benefit Corporation. Nos vinimos a Estados Unidos a incorporar de esa manera, en el cual tenemos un deber fiduciario. ¿Ya? No es una cosa bonita de tener un retorno social y medioambiental al mismo nivel que el retorno financiero. Y cuando yo tomé esta decisión hace 4 años atrás, usted no se imagina la cantidad de... Yo vengo del mundo financiero, trabajé en JP Morgan 15 años en el grupo de Money. Me dijeron, te pegaste en la cabeza, ¿por qué vas a estructurar la compañía de esta manera? Nadie te va a poner un peso. Y hoy día, 4 años después, que seamos las compañías de mayor crecimiento en Latinoamérica, hemos levantado más de $200 millones de los fondos más sofisticados del mundo, y es precisamente porque pusimos el propósito al centro de la ecuación, y es lo que nos ha llevado a estar donde estamos. Y creo que, a tu pregunta, aquellas empresas que entiendan, no cambiar la estructura legal, por supuesto, pero que entiendan que este es el mundo, que este es el nuevo mundo, para allá vamos, y está en nosotros, el sector privado, en hacer que esa aceleración sea lo más rápida posible para el bien, no solamente de nuestras compañías, pero del mundo y la sociedad.
Y que lo prueben, porque la experiencia la prueba el usuario, el cliente, el empleado, ¿no? Cuando hablábamos de Human Resources, el área de Human Resources, Adriana, ¿querías decir algo?
A ver, quiero ser un poco controversia. Aquí estamos suponiendo que la gente está empleada.
Exacto.
Y tenemos un problema anterior que tenemos que resolver. Yo les decía al comienzo, si ustedes me preguntan cuál es el mayor desafío para mí, o para las empresas de tecnología, o las empresas que usan tecnología, ¿quién no usa tecnología aquí? A ver, quiero ver las manos. ¿No usas tecnología? Sí.
Ah, sí, yo dije,
Entonces,
wow.
el mayor desafío que tenemos hoy es el acceso al talento. Les decía, 70%
Sí.
de las oportunidades de trabajo, de las ofertas de empleo en América Latina son en el área de tecnología. ¿Y por qué no se llenan? Porque no existen esas habilidades digitales. Creo que tú eres triatlonista.
Sí.
Así es. Era.
Yo soy aspirante a ser triatlonista. Dentro del triatlón, una de las prácticas es correr. Y hay algo que se llama sprint, que es hacer algo con mucha energía y muy rápido para llegar rápido a donde quieres. Entonces, yo quisiera llamar algo así como los digital sprinters. Necesitamos hacer un esfuerzo explosivo, básicamente por educar y generar esas habilidades digitales en América Latina, las cuales hoy la tecnología nos quiebra básicamente una barrera que antes era ir a la escuela. Hoy lo podemos hacer dentro de nuestros computadores, en los teléfonos celulares.
Un esfuerzo explosivo means what exactly? Porque es el to-do list para todos los que te estamos escuchando hoy.
Rápido, a ver, y yo te puedo decir, por ejemplo, nosotros lanzamos algo que llama los Google certificados de carrera. ¿Qué queremos hacer? Hay mucha gente que no tiene un título universitario, entonces no puede acceder a muchas ofertas o muchas otras cosas, o que no tiene el dinero para hacerlo. Con eso lo que estamos haciendo es capacitando gente que no tiene los recursos online para capacitarse, por ejemplo, en experiencia de usuario, en generar, en programación y similares y resolver un problema que todos tenemos. Eso es un ejemplo y tenemos un objetivo grande de los próximos 5 años, por lo menos capacitar 1 millón de becarios. Bueno, queremos ser ambiciosos. ¿Podemos hacer más? Podemos hacer más. Esa es la invitación a todos nosotros aquí a un poco hacer ese sprint.
En el minuto que me queda, estoy viendo el tiempo y ya nos vamos a ir no a la pausa, sino ya al final del programa casi. A mí me interesa que regresemos un poco a ese tema de la gente, y tú hablabas de la revolución de los departamentos de Human Resources, y me interesa tanto un poco, Eduardo, que des un paso adelante, profundidad, porque lo que estás hablando es de un cambio cultural que no solo abarca un departamento de Human Resources, ¿sabes? Pero sí me gustaría entender, dentro de América Latina, bien tropicalizado, lo que estás encontrando que debemos superar para realmente hacer ese sprint incluso en el concepto que tenemos.
Mira, yo creo que al final tiene que ver con esa conexión y entender que, voy a poner un poco a lo mejor romántico, pero que la vida es corta, ¿ya? Y que el COVID los últimos 2 años nos ha demostrado precisamente eso. Y que todos como líderes acá tenemos el privilegio, la suerte, ¿ya? Y tenemos la suerte, porque así creo que hay que verlo, de poder liderar equipos, personas y ayudarlos a ellos a hacer lo mejor que puedan ser. Y eso lo van a hacer en el lugar de trabajo. Porque todos los que estamos acá vamos a vivir el 40, 50, 60, 70, algunos 80% de nuestra vida trabajando. Y que al final el trabajo es la mejor herramienta para lograr este fulfillment, esta plenitud. Y hay un libro que probablemente muchos acá han leído, Man's Search for Meaning, de Viktor Frankl, que al final dice hay 3 elementos que son muy importantes para tener plenitud, que es el amor, que es la perseverancia o la constancia, y es el trabajo. Y es nuestro trabajo en el cual creo que los seres humanos podemos encontrar esa plenitud y está en nosotros como líderes, y creo que esto va a ser cada vez más importante, armar equipos, organizaciones que preparen a las personas para ese viaje que están recorriendo. Porque al final, voy a cerrar con esto, al final del día el secreto no es mucho más que cada una de las compañías que están acá, todas, desde Chubb hasta Google, hasta Betterfly, hasta compañías, tienen un sueño que se llama propósito, que se llama visión, se llama mission statement, y cada persona que trabaja en la compañía tiene un sueño individual. Y la magia está en conectar esos sueños individuales con ese sueño de compañía, y ahí en ese círculo en la mitad es lo que nosotros llamamos it's where you unleash human magic. Y al final, esto de nuevo puede sonar muy cliché, pero es cuando las personas llegan el lunes en la mañana a trabajar y no sienten que un drought, no sienten que, lo sienten como algo que los va a ayudar a ellos a acercarse más a su propósito de vida, a su sueño de vida. Y creo que ese arte es lo que hablábamos antes de que los departamentos de recursos humanos, que el equipo de personas, es una área más estratégica y está pasando a ser cada vez más relevante, pero no cae en los departamentos de recursos humanos, cabe en toda la organización, en los CEOs y en los líderes que están llevando a las compañías hacia el futuro. Y creo que eso va a hacer no solamente que tengamos empresas que son totalmente distintas en 3, 5 años más, pero sino que vamos a llegar, yo soy un optimista, soy un emprendedor, un optimista por naturaleza, es el silver lining y va a hacer que vivamos en un mundo que sea más igual, más feliz, más diverso, como hablábamos antes, y que el trabajo sea una fuente de felicidad.
Y un sector privado conectado justamente a esto de lo que estamos hablando. Al final del día es la tecnología, es poner al centro a la persona, sea en su calidad de usuario, ¿no? Ciudadano, etcétera. Yo les quiero agradecer, realmente esto ha sido demasiado rápido, hay mucho por decir, pero al final del día son ustedes líderes en sus empresas en una revolución, ya tenemos los mensajes, el cómo aterrizarlos para hacer una región menos desafiante, creo que es lo que nos toca a todos. Gracias por la oportunidad, gracias.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This concludes our initial panel discussions. Please join us for lunch in the East and West ballrooms. There will be a chance for networking in both ballrooms. The West ballroom will conclude with a very special Bravo leadership conversation featuring Pierpaolo Barberi, founder and CEO of Voila. In the East ballroom, you will have the opportunity for a networking lunch only. Once again, please join us in the East and West ballrooms. In the West ballroom, you will have a conclusion with a conversation featuring Pierpaolo Barberi, founder and CEO of Voila. Thank you.